Blog Talk Radio.
T to T, or the Testify Tuesday, as an acronym we call it T to T.
I'm going to testify.
Psalm 82.
מזמור פ"ב, מזמור לאסף.
God standeth in the congregation of the mighty, the mighty, the mighty, the mighty, the mighty, the mighty.
אלוהים ניצב בעדת אל.
He judgeth among the gods, the gods, the gods, the gods, the gods, the gods.
בקרב אלוהים ישפוט.
How long will ye judge unjustly and accept the persons of the wicked? Selah. Defend the poor and fatherless. Do justice to the afflicted and needy. Deliver the poor and needy. Rid them out of the hand of the wicked. They know not, neither will they understand. They walk on in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are out of course. I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High. But ye shall die like men, and fall like one of the princes. Arise, O God, judge the earth, for thou shalt inherit all nations, 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 inherit all nations.
I'm going to testify.
Rastafari, Holy Emmanuel, Jamaica, Marcus, oh yes, Rasta. I come to defend the rights of the poor. For the oppression of the poor have I arisen. I come to defend the rights of the poor. For the oppression of the poor have I arisen. Listen! I come to judge all your judges. Behold, I come to teach all teachers. Dismantling all of their false leaders. Liberating all Africans. That's Rasta holding only mission. Liberating all Africans. That is Rasta mission. So, tell them justice. This is judgment. Man Babylon, oh yeah, Rasta come to defend the rights of the poor. For the oppression of the poor have I arisen. Rasta come to defend the rights of the poor. For the oppression of the poor have I arisen. Listen, they tried to kill the father, and they could not slay the son. They tried to destroy Mama Africa, the foundation of creation. Oh yes, the foundation of creation. Oh yeah, I come to defend the rights of the poor. For the oppression of the poor have I arisen. Rasta come to defend the rights of the poor. For the oppression of the poor have I arisen. Listen! I come to judge all your judges. Behold, I come to teach all teachers. man killing all of the false leaders. Liberating all Africans, that Shiloh holy only mission. Liberating all Africans, that is Rasta mission. So tell them Tate, this is judgment on Babylon. Where Rasta comes to defend the rights of the poor. For the oppression of the poor have I arise. I come to defend the rights of the
I'm gonna testify.
מזמור פ"ב, מזמור לאסף. אלוהים ניצב בעדת אל, בקרב אלוהים ישפוט. עד מתי תשפטו עוול, ופני רשעים תישאו סלע? שפטו דל ויתום, עני ורש הצדיקו. פלטו דל ואביון, מיד רשעים הצילו. לא ידעו ולא יבינו, בחשיכה יתהלכו, ימותו כל מוסדי הארץ. אני אמרתי אלוהים אתם, ובני עליון כולכם. אכן כאדם תמותון, וכאחת השרים תיפולו. קומה אלוהים, שפטה הארץ, כי אתה תנחל בכל הגויים.
Psalm 82.
מזמור פ"ב, מזמור לאסף.
God standeth in the congregation of the mighty.
אלוהים ניצב בעדת אל.
He judgeth among the gods. The gods. The gods. The gods. The gods. The gods.
בקרב אלוהים ישפוט.
How long will ye judge unjustly and accept the persons of the wicked? Selah. Defend the poor and fatherless. Do justice to the afflicted and needy. Deliver the poor and needy. Rid them out of the hand of the wicked. They know not, neither will they understand. They walk on in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are out of course. I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High. But ye shall die like men, and fall like one of the princes. Arise, O God, judge the earth, for thou shalt inherit all nations. 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 Inherit all nations.
stranger in a land that is not theirs. And they shall enslave and oppress them for 400 years. In the fourth and in the last generation, yes, you shall journey into captivity a second time in ships, because you have rejected his instructions.
Hear, O Israel. Hear, O Israel. Hear, O Israel. Hear, O Israel. What does Shema Yisrael, Yahweh Eloheinu, Yahweh Echad? Hear, O Israel. Hear, O Israel. The Lord, our God, the Lord is one. What does that really mean? And why is it important?
Baruch Ata Adonai. Baruch Abba Yerushalayim. Baruch Ata Adonai. Baruch Abba Yerushalayim.
Chapter 15. After these things, the word of the Lord came unto Abram in a vision, saying, Fear not, Abram, I am thy shield, and thy exceeding great reward. And Abram said, Lord God, what wilt thou give me, seeing I go childless, and the steward of my house is this Eliezer of Damascus? And Abram said, Behold, to me thou hast given no seed, and lo, one born in my house is mine heir. And behold, the word of the Lord came unto him, saying, This shall not be thine heir, but he that shall come forth out of thine own bowels shall be thine heir. Chapter 15. After these things, the word of the Lord came unto Abram in a vision, saying, Fear not, Abram, I am thy shield, and thy exceeding great reward. And Abram said, Lord God, what wilt thou give me, seeing I go childless, and the steward of my house is this Eliezer of Damascus? And Abram said, Behold, to me thou hast given no seed, and lo, one born in my house is mine heir. And behold, the word of the Lord came unto him, saying, This shall not be thine heir, but he that shall come forth out of thine own bowels shall be thine heir. And he brought him forth abroad and said, Look now toward heaven, and tell the stars if thou be able to number them. And he said unto him, So shall thy seed be. And he believed in the Lord, and he counted it to him for righteousness. And he said unto him, I am the Lord that brought thee out of Ur of the Chaldees to give thee this land to inherit it. And he said, Lord God, whereby shall I know that I shall inherit it? And he said unto him, Take me an heifer of 3 years old, and a she-goat of 3 years old, and a ram of 3 years old, and a turtle dove, and a young pigeon. And he took unto him all these, and divided them in the midst, and laid each piece one against another, but the birds divided he not. And when the fowls came down upon the carcasses, Abram drove them away. And when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram. And lo, an horror of great darkness fell upon him. And he said unto Abram, Know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge. And and afterward shall they come out with great substance. Thou shalt go to thy fathers in peace, thou shalt be buried in a good old age. But in the fourth generation they shall come hither again, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full. And it came to pass that when the sun went down and it was dark, behold, a smoking furnace and a burning lamp that passed between those pieces. In the same day the Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying, Unto thy seed have I given this land, from the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river Euphrates. The Kenites, and the Kenizzites, and the Cadmonites, and the Hittites, and the Perizzites, and the Rephaims, and the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Girgashites, and the Jebusites. Them 400 years. Them 400 years. 400 years, 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 400 years. And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge 400 years. And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge. And afterward shall they come, 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 afterward shall they come. And they shall afflict them 400 years. Thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, 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 that is not theirs. Know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, 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 that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them. And they shall afflict, and they shall afflict 400 years, 400 years, 400 years, 400 years, 400 years, 400 years, 400 years. And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge. And afterward shall they come out with great substance, 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 with great substance. But in the fourth generation they shall come hither again, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full. Shall come hither again, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full. Shall come hither again, shall come hither again, shall come hither again, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full. But in the fourth generation, they shall come hither again, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full, 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 is not.
Shalimali, 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 shalimali. Shalimali, 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 shalimali. Shalimali, 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 shalimali. None shall escape the judgment in this time. These words I sing to all mankind. None shall escape the judgment in this time. These words I sing to all mankind. Arise, black man, Jehovah has come forward into Babylon. Yeah, to declare equal rights and justice among the heathen. Yes, the weak out must fall. righteous shall stand in the congregation of the Holy One. Anything just say, I will always do. Anything just say, I will always do, because I love them. Oh, because I love it. I love him, I'll serve him all the days of my life. In the house of the Lord, God the Rastafari. I love him, I'll serve him all the days of my life. In the house of the Lord, God the Rastafari. Oh, oh, oh. Shalimani, 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 shalimani. Shalimani, 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 shalimani. As I approach the gates of Zion, I can hear the choir singing. As I approach the gates of Zion, I can hear the choir singing. I love him, I'll serve him all the days of my life. In the house of the Lord, God the Rastafari. I love him, I'll serve him all the days of my life. In the house of the Lord, God the Rastafari. Shaliman, 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 Shaliman. None shall escape the judgment in this time. These words I sing to all mankind. None shall escape the judgment in this time. These words I sing to all mankind. Oh no, 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 no. Yeah. All right.
Hear, O Israel. Hear, O Israel.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
Chapter 16. Now Sarai, Abram's wife, bare him no children. And she had an handmaid, an Egyptian, whose name was Hagar. And Sarai said unto Abram, Behold, now the Lord hath restrained me from bearing. I pray thee, go in unto my maid. It may be that I may obtain children by her. And Abram hearkened to the voice of Sarai. And Sarai, Abram's wife, took Hagar, her maid, the Egyptian, after Abram had dwelt 10 years in the land of Canaan, and gave her to her husband Abram to be his wife. And he went in unto Hagar, and she conceived. And when she saw that she had conceived, her mistress was despised in her eyes. And Sarai said unto Abram, My wrong be upon thee. I have given my maid into thy bosom. And when she saw that she had conceived, I was despised in her eyes. The Lord judge between me and thee. But Abram said unto Sarai, Behold, thy maid is in thy hand. Do to her as it pleaseth thee. And when Sarai dealt hardly with her, she fled from her face. And the angel of the Lord found her by a fountain of water in the wilderness, by the fountain in the way to Shur. And he said, Hagar, Sarai's maid, whence camest thou, and whither wilt thou go? And she said, I flee from the face of my mistress Sarai. And the angel of the Lord said unto her, Return to thy mistress, and submit thyself under her hand. And the angel of the Lord said unto her, I will multiply thy seed exceedingly, that it shall not be numbered for multitude. And the angel of the Lord said unto her, Behold, thou art with child, and shalt bear a son, and shalt call his name Ishmael, because the Lord hath heard thy affliction. And he will be a wild man. His hand will be against every man, and every man's hand against him. And he shall dwell in the presence of all his brethren. And she called the name of the Lord that spake unto her, Thou, God, seest me. For she said, Have I also here looked after him that seeth me? Wherefore the well was called Beer Lahai Roy. Behold, it is between Kadesh and Bered. And Hagar bare Abram a son, and Abram called his son's name, which Hagar bare, Ishmael. And Abram was 86 years old when Hagar bare Ishmael to Abram.
Rewind and come back, selector.
Chapter 16. Now Sarai, Abram's wife, bare him no children, and she had an handmaid, an Egyptian, whose name was Chapter 17. And when Abram was 90 years old and 9, the Lord appeared to Abram and said unto him, I am the Almighty God. Walk before me, and be thou perfect. And I will make my covenant between me and thee, and will multiply thee exceedingly. And Abram fell on his face, and God talked with him, saying, As for me, behold, my covenant is with thee, and thou shalt be a father of many nations. Neither shall thy name any more be called Abram, but thy name shall be Abraham, for a father of many nations have I made thee. And I will make thee exceeding fruitful, and I will make nations of thee, and kings shall come out of thee. And I will establish my covenant between me and thee and thy seed after thee in their generations for an everlasting covenant, to be a God unto thee and to thy seed after thee. And I will give unto thee and to thy seed after thee the land wherein thou art a stranger, all the land of Canaan, for an everlasting possession. And I will be their God. And God said unto Abraham, Thou shalt keep my covenant, therefore, thou and thy seed after thee in their generations. This is my covenant which ye shall keep between me and you and thy seed after thee. Every man-child among you shall be circumcised. And ye shall circumcise the flesh of your foreskin, and it shall be a token of the covenant betwixt me and you. And he that is 8 days old shall be circumcised among you, every man-child in your generations. He that is born in the house, or bought with money of any stranger, which is not of thy seed. He that is born in thy house, and he that is bought with thy money, must needs be circumcised. And my covenant shall be in your flesh, for an everlasting covenant. And the uncircumcised man-child whose flesh of his foreskin is not circumcised, that soul shall be cut off from his people. He hath broken my covenant. And God said unto Abraham, As for Sarai thy wife, thou shalt not call her name Sarai, but Sarah shall her name be. And I will bless her, and give thee a son also of her. Yea, I will bless her, and she shall be a mother of nations. Kings of people shall be of her. Then Abraham fell upon his face, and laughed, and said in his heart, Shall a child be born unto him that is 100 years old? And shall Sarah that is 90 years old bear? And Abraham said unto God, Oh, that Ishmael might live before thee. And God said, Sarah thy wife shall bear thee a son indeed, and thou shalt call his name Isaac. And I will establish my covenant with him for an everlasting covenant, and with his seed after him. And as for Ishmael, I have heard thee. Behold, I have blessed him, and will make him fruitful, and will multiply him exceedingly. 12 princes shall he beget, and I will make him a great nation. But my covenant will I establish with Isaac, which Sarah shall bear unto thee at this set time in the next year. And he left off talking with him, and God went up from Abraham. And Abraham took Ishmael his son, and all that were born in his house, and all that were bought with his money, every male among the men of Abraham's house, and circumcised the flesh of their foreskin in the selfsame day, as God had said unto him. And Abram was 90 years old and 9 when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. And Ishmael his son was 13 years old when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. In the selfsame day was Abraham circumcised, and Ishmael his son. And all the men of his house, born in the house and bought with money of the stranger, were circumcised with him.
Continuing with the Brit Chadashia Chadis Kidan Renewed Covenant reading for RSS number 3. Lek Laka. Go for yourself. From Galatians chapter 4, verse 21 through chapter 5, verse 1, and Hebrews chapter 7. We begin B'Shem Ha'ab Ha'Bein Ruach HaKadosh Yahweh Ahad. In the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit, he who he be, the one. Galatians chapter 4, verse 21, Kaf Aleph, verse 22, Kaf Beit. Emru li atem ha-chapetim lihiyot tachat ha-Torah, halo shemaitem et ha-Torah, ki katub shene banim hayu le-Abraham, ha-echad min ha-amma, ve-ha-sheni min ha-chapitiya. Tell me, ye that desire to be under the law, do ye not hear the law? For it is written that Abraham had 2 sons, the one by a bondmaid, the other by a free woman. But he who was of the bondwoman was born after the flesh, but he of the free woman was by promise. That things are an allegory, for these are the 2 covenants, the one from Mount Sinai, that engendereth to bondage, that is Hagar, Agar. For this Agar is Mount Sinai in Arabia, and answereth to Jerusalem, that now is, and is in bondage with her children. But Jerusalem that is above is free, that is the mother of us all. For it is written, Rejoice, thou barren that bearest not, break forth and cry, thou that travailest not. For the desolate has many more children than she that has a husband. Now, we, brethren, as Isaac was, are the children of promise. But as then, he that was born after the flesh persecuted him that was born after the Spirit, even so it is now. Nevertheless, what saith the Scripture? Cast out the bondwoman and her son, for the son of the bondwoman shall not be heir with the son of the free woman. So then, brethren, we are not children of the bondwoman, but of the free. Chapter 5, Application of the Allegory. Stand fast, therefore, in liberty wherewith Mashiach, wherewith Christ has made us free, and be not entangled again with the yoke of bondage. Hebrews chapter 7. The Melchizedek high priesthood resumed. The historic Melchizedek, a type of Mashiach, a type of Christ. Verse 1, Aleph, verse 2, Beit, verse 3, Gimel. Ki ze Melchizedek, Melech Shalem, Kohen La'el Elyon, Asher Yatza Likrat Abraham Lishubo Mehakot et Hamalakim Wa Yebarakehu Wa Asher Chalaklo Abraham Maaser Mikol Shmo Hu Melech HaTzedaka Weod Melech Shalem Hu Melech HaShalom Be'ain Ab Be'ain Im Be'ain Yachas Ule Yamayu Ein Tichila Ule Achayayu Ein Sof Ubezot Nidme Leben Ha-Elohim Hu Omed Bekahunato La Netzach. For this Melchizedek, king of Salem, priest of El Elyon, priest of the Most High God, who met Abraham returning from the slaughter of kings and blessed him, to whom also Abraham gave a 10th part of all, first being by interpretation king of righteousness, and after that also king of Salem, that is, king of peace, without father, without mother, without descent, having neither beginning of days nor end of life, but made like to the Son of Elohim, abideth a priest continually. The Melchizedek high priesthood greater than the Aaronic, because Aaron and Abraham paid tithes to Melchizedek. Now consider how great this man was, to whom even the patriarch Abraham gave the tenth of the spoils. And verily, they that are of the sons of Levi, who receive the office of the priesthood, have a commandment to take tithes of the people, according to the law, that is, of their brethren, though they come out of the loins of Abraham. But he, whose descent is not counted from them, received tithes of Abraham, and bless him that had the promises. And without all contradiction, the less is blessed by the better. And here, men that die receive tithes, and there he receiveth them, of whom it is witness that he liveth. And as I may so say, Levi also, who received tithes, paid tithes in Abraham, for he was yet in the loins of his father when Melchizedek met him, because the Aaronic priesthood made nothing perfect. If, therefore, perfection were by the Levitical priesthood, for under it the people received the law, what further need was there that another priest should arise after the order of Melchizedek, and not be called after the order of Aaron? For the priesthood being changed, there is made of a necessity a change also of the law. For he of whom these things are spoken pertaineth to another tribe, of that no man gave attendance at the altar. For it is evident that our Lord, that Adonenu, sprang out of Judah. Of that tribe Moses spake nothing concerning priesthood. And it is yet far more evident that after the similitude of Melchizedek, there arises another priest, who is made not after the law of a carnal commandment, but after the power of an endless life. For he testifieth, Thou art a priest forever, after the order of Melchizedek. For there is verily a disannulling of the commandment, going before, for the weakness and unprofitableness thereof. For the law made nothing perfect, but the bringing in of a better hope did. By that we draw nigh to Elohim. And as such as not without an oath was he made priest. For those priests were made without an oath, but this with an oath, by him that said to him, Yahweh swear, and will not repent, Thou art a priest forever, after the order of Melchizedek. By so much was Yeshua made surety of a better testament. Because the Aaronic priest died, Mashiach, Christ, ever liveth. And they truly were many priests, because they were not suffered to continue by reason of death. But this man, because he continueth ever, has an unchangeable priesthood. Wherefore he is able also to save them to the uttermost that come to Elohim by him, seeing he ever liveth to make intercession for them. For such a high priest became us, who is holy, harmless, undefiled, separate from sinners, and made higher than the heavens, who needeth not daily, as those priests, to offer up sacrifice, first for his own sins, then for the people's. For this he did once, when he offered up himself. The law maketh men high priests that have infirmity, but the word of the oath, that was since the law, maketh the Son, who is consecrated forevermore. Kabor lakalu, kabor ladimtu, kabor lachailu, kabor lakadamawi, chaile selassie, be Jesus Christos sim. Glory to word, glory to sound, glory to power. Glory to Abinu Melkenu, our Father, our King, the first power of the Trinity, in the name of Yeshua HaMashiach, Jesus Christ. Yes, I. Rastafari.
I'm gonna testify.
Rastafari, He's so happy, and me happy try this one away. Get them love to big up them, get them they not like free. Them can't them no fool without no money.
Malkias Ereka Meleka Shalem Hotia Lechem Wa Yayin Hua Kohena Lehel Elyon Waya Varke Hua Wayomer Baruch Avram Leel Elyon Kone Shamai Wa Arek Hua Baruch El Elyon Shera Migen Areka, Yade, Waitena Laua, Mala Esera, Nicole, and Melchizedek, King of Salam, Malkias Ereka Meleka Shalem, brought forth bread and wine, Hotia Lechem Wayayin, and he was priest of God the Most High. Woohoo! Kohena Leel Elyon, and he blessed him. Wayavarkehu, and said, Wayomer, blessed be Abraham of God Most High. Baruch Avram Leel Elyon, maker, possessor, maker of heaven and earth. Onei Shamayim Wa Aret, and blessed be God the Most High. U Baruch El Elyon Asher Nigena Areka Yadeka. Why Iten Lau Ma who have delivered thine enemies into thine hand, and he gave him a tenth, a tithe of Malkias Ereka Meleka Shalem Hotzi Lechem Rayayin Wuhua Kohen Leel Elyon Waya Barke Hua Wayomer Baruch Avram Leel Elyon One Shamayim Wa Aret Hua Baruch El Elyon Asher Mkena Tzareka Yadeka Waitena Lau Ma Eser Mikol.
Shalom, Chabarim, Shalom, and here for this third Rastafari sabbatical study for this Shabbat Strong. We have Lech Lika, go for self, go for yourself, get thee out. We have to get thee out to our portion reading and feeding right here. Abraham, the black Assyrian, Osirian, Ashurian, the black Osirian, coming out of Ur of the Chaldees, of the Kasdim, and going forward in obedience to he who be, who called him to a land, being called forward to a land that he would be shown, seen, sight. So here,
I'm going to testify.
Rastafari, and I love the youths them. Repatriation.
Whoa, children of men. How long will it be every apart? Tell it down to vex. Why seek what is wine? Just make it to ease and salvation and death, correct? Well read. Positively clear. The people in the world keep forgetting them paths and them gonna stray. Some me burn them every day. That them no love conspirators at top and never fail. Positively clear. The people in the world are lost for them some class. Never wait. Think you're actually there. You two you go back and you a snake in a brass me and the youth a trod one away. Melchizedek way, yeah. So if you see and the youth come trotting to the earth, we have to trod the King Selassie way. Yeah, trodding this one away. Happy trod this one away, yeah. Them send 50, 60, 70 pagan, me slew them off in space one day. Well then, you see, the people in the West, see one of them gone crazy. Love to pick up them set, get them there in a slavery. Them can't yam no food without no money. So foolish is the man in fruitful tie and yet them hungry. I tell you, Tefi, cleanse your ways, clean up your heart, get so you nobody get me say, oh no fuss is hard. Babylon must be soul and heart. Them don't get them peace and no heart to walk. That's why me come to turn this one away. Melchizedek way, yeah. So if you see on the youth them trotting through the earth, me trotting King Selassie way. Well then, you see, the Prime Ministers know what have along. And them sell out the youth, so the Queen of England, the whole of them happy bout when them see me turban. Me drop every authority if I be wrong. Melchizedek, hard and never yet wrong. When we chanting, I have been it for the black redemption. Wanna careful of your words and the food where you and them. From the youth grow, them with that organization. So go boil, they have full decentralization. And Emperor Selassie is on Ethiopian reign in the hearts of flesh. From Mount Zion, me come to every Israelite. Out of Babylon, show me who is step out for repatriation. No cut no more, don't nobody kill no younger one. So rise and take the sun, you better know what people. Selassie is the almighty man, confuse not your heart. Them side me turban, conspiracies are top. Emmanuel, so watch out because him a go rock to your face, rod this one away. That's the first and only way. Hey, so if you see I and the youth them trotting through that thing Alpha and Omega way. Well then, the whole of them holy secretive, but for me one now. On them partners and their grievous is what I teach you the show. I need to see every youth grow. Living up, come make it reason and flow. Oh, what's on the sea where you are so? Can't plan, can't on a piece of happy. And me happy try this one away. Happy try this one away. Them 50, 60, 70,000 me start to them in space and one day. You see, my side the people them in the West, the one of them gone crazy. Yet them love to big up them set, yet them there in a slavery. Them can't have no food without no money. So who is the man with fruitful tie and yet him hungry? So clean up your ways, cleanse up your heart. Do some other things because I will not put this heart. Babylon has speak the soul and the heart. Give him peace and now we want to walk. That's why me come to turn this one away.
Hear, O Israel. Hear, O Israel. What does Shema Yisrael Yahweh Eloheinu Yahweh Echad? Hear, O Israel. Hear, O Israel. The Lord, our God, the Lord is one. What does that really mean? And why is it important?
A few alternative readings which we propose. A few alternative readings which we propose are here in this third Rastafari sabbatical study. Lek Lika for go for self, one interpretation, get thee out, KJV, Lek Lika, or more directly trod for self, for yourself, male. Lek Lika. So here we have Genesis 14:5. This is one of the verses proposed in alternative reading. It reads here in the KJV, and in the 14th year came
Kedorlaomer, and the kings that were with him, and smote the Rephaim in Ashtaroth Karnaim, and the Zuzim in Ham, and the Emims in Shaveh Kiriataim. Shaveh Kiriataim. Now, the alternative reading right here, let's just bring up the Hebrew. Be'arba'a Esrei Shana Ba Kedar LaOmer We Hamalakim Asher Ito Wayaku Etta Rephaim Be Asher Terota Karnaim We Etta Ha-Zuzim Biham We-Eit Ha-Amim Be-Shaweh Yatayim, or somebody enunciated Be-Shaveh Yatayim. Now, the alternative reading of this, okay, in the 14th year came, we have Kedar LaOmer, right? Or the handful of sheaves, the Omer. Omer is in Kedar LaOmer's name. Handful of sheaves, king of Elam, defeated by Abraham. Right now they say a foreign origin. So here in the Hebrew, this is a foreign origin. The Kedar LaOmer, handful of sheaves. The sheaves, we have the counting of the Omer, the sheaves. In that sense of the sheaves, the Omer count handful. And the kings that were with him. So here we have the 4 kings versus the 5 versus the 4, and the 5, right? That were with him. So it's Kedar LaOmer and the kings that were with him, and they had smote the Rephaim. And the word for smote, the naka, to strike, naka, to beat, to strike. They hit, they smote, they struck, right? They smote the Rephaim. Now the Rephaim are one of the said to be classified as the giants. Some say an old tribe of the giants from the Rapha. There's the Rapha and the Rephaim. So here we have the giants in the AF after the flood, as we have the giants in the BF before the flood. So we're going to look at the before the flood and after the flood. But here we have the Rephaim. The Rephaim being smitten by Kedar LaOmer, the one who is handful of sheaves. Now we look into archaeology, we see the sheaves. Learning to read the word pictures and the sign language, we have the sheaves. Right? The sheaves, very much used in symbology, the sheaves. Right? And the kings that were with him, so they smote the Rephaim in a place called Ashtaroth Karnaim. The Karin is the horn. So the Ashtaroth. Now Ashtaroth, like we have asterisks. See asterisks and make an asterisk as a star. So Ashtaroth Karnaim, star of the horns, of the 2 horns, translated and interpreted as the Ashtaroth or the Ishtar. Here was the Ishtar, looking to the east, right? The Ashtoreth, the Ishtar of 2 horns or peaks. So here we have, if we look at the sign and the symbology, we have the pent alpha, right? The pent alpha, and then we have the pentagram. We flip it upside down. We turn it 180, right? Turn it upside down. So there was the goat's horn. They said the pentagram, right? With 2 horns up. The Il Canudo. This is a sign. This is a symbol. We can look into archaeology and also find facts, many facts and evidence. The Ishtar, Ashtaroth. So the Ashtaroth are the 2 horns or peaks. We have that sign symbol, the pentagram, or the star of, we say the Set, right? The star of the womb man, the 5-pointed star. The Pent Alpha is with 1 point up and 2 points down. Flip it up, side down. We have the pentagram with 2 horns up, 2 peaks, 2 horns up. So the Ashtaroth, the star, right? When it's flipped like that, this is one proposed interpretation here. Now, we have a city in Bashan, east of the Yarden, Jordan, given to Manasseh. But on the name, the Ashtaroth, some interpret as a symbol of the deity. Yes, the symbol of the deity, the pentagram, right? A so-called ram's horn, a ram's head, so forth and so on. Even today, in these latter days, Ashtaroth, the star of Karnaim, the Karnaim. And we have elsewhere in the scripts, don't raise the horn, raising the horn on high, the Il Canudo horns up. And even today in the language, it still is putting forward the same spirit in that sense. So the double horns, the symbol of the so-called deity, right, as we have within the Leviathan, Baphomet, so forth and so on, of these latter days. So Ashtaroth Karnaim, some say it's a place east of Yarden. Ashtaroth Karnaim. So it's two words. One is star, right? Ashtaroth, Ashtaret. There's various variations of that. You know, on the Canaanite, Anu, right? Usually related to fertility cults. Probably some say a feminine deity. Also getting into that right there, the Sidonians, worship the Sidonians, east of Jordan. And related terms, Beit Ashtaroth, we find it in other related senses, right? Ashtaroth Karnaim, the two horns, or the Il Canudo, Ashtaroth, right? Ashtaret, we have as a principal feminine deity, or we can say the so-called diva, right? The goddess or the diva deity of the Phoenicians, worshipped in war and fertility. Also the Ishtar, right? Of Assyria and the Ashtarta by the Grecos and the Romans, the Greco-Romans. And some say Phoenician goddess of love, also associated with this one. Then we have the Ashtarah. The Ashtarah, Hebraically, is a ewe, a female sheep, a flock, increase the young. But it symbolizes also increase as we get more into the root and we get down to the Asher, or the Osher, right? But there we have the Ain instead of the Aleph. Just looking at this right here, so far our proposed translation, or to bring out more of the sense, is that the Rephaim are these Rapha, these giants, and they were in the Ashtaret, the star of Karnaim, of the two horns up. We said the Baphomet, the Gotet, right? And there were the Zuzim. So the Zuzim interpreted as roving creatures. Some people say it was an ancient people, but always of uncertain origin, because these ites, as other ites we get to see in the scripture, are not connected in any way with Noah, with Shem, with Ham, and with Yafet. They're not connected. So here we have to ask the question, is this a remnant of those who the intent, according to many Targum, was to wipe out those hybrids in those wars and ancient wars that have come down to us in mythology, like Greco-Roman and other mythologies, sharing much of the same, because all humanity come from Noah, right? The Ankh-Man. So they said this is the same right here as Z's. Z's, Zuzim or Z's, both means moving creatures, moving things, abundance and fullness. Conspicuous, also fullness, in the sense of fullness of breath, moving creature, abundance, also wild beasts, right? Or we could say savages. We use this term today so that many ones are not civilized, and definitely not the civilizers, but they are savage. So speaking about the savage, the Zuzim, being conspicuous, right? The idea right here. So we have the Zuzites, some say an aboriginal tribe of Palestine, right? Or the Levant or Anu. But the interesting thing is they're not connected. The Rephaim are connected with the old giants, right? We could say BF, right, before the flood. But we see them here after the flood, and the Ashtaroth, so star is very important with them. Two horns is very important with them. The Zuzim, moving creatures. Now, here's what's interesting. They say in Ham. So we looked at this in the Hebrew, and we have Ham here. Some interpret it as hot, sunburned, right? Some say this is a place where Kedor Lamar and his allies smote the Zuzim. Some say probably the territory of the Ammonites, east of the Yarden. They say the site is uncertain. So we propose an alternative targum of this. They say it's an uncertain derivation, right? So ones would read it in English and say, well, it's Ham. No, it's Ham, not Ham. It is Hey, not Het, right? Ham. So what we propose is in them, Baham, Behem. We say Behem, in them. Alternative reading. In the 14th year came Kadola Omer, a handful of sheaves, and the kings that were with him, the 5, and they smote the Rephaim, the Rapha, the Rephaim, the old, some say the old giants or Nephilim, part of the BF before the flood, in Ashtaroth Karnaim, in the star of the 2 horns, and the Zuzim and the savages in them. The savages that were amongst the Rephaim. So instead of reading this as some people say this is an unknown place, some people think, well, it might be just Ham. You see Ham there and you think it's the same as Ham elsewhere, the son of Noah. But that is Ham. Ham or Kam. Ham or Kam. This is Ham. And the sense of this can be Lahem or Bahem, in them. So alternative reading, smote the giants, the Rephaim, the Rapha. Right? And getting to the root of the Rapha, just touching on the Rapha here. So we have the Rapha, right? One sense of the word is from Rapha, right? To heal, to be helpful. Physician, healing is connected with this particular word right here, healing, right? Aspects of healing, right? Or mending, or curing. Physician, repairer, making wholes. The first thing we thought about was science, medicine, right? So to speak. And the only difference there wasn't too much difference in the ancient world between so-called science and what people call, other forms of craft, right? Whether they add witch or bitch or whatnot to it. I'm just pointing out that there's not much difference. In fact, science, modern science, test tubes and bottles and things and, what they do in the laboratory, same thing ones and ones did in ancient times, and same thing the shave man and the medicine man did, so to speak. But the other form of this word is Rafa, which means to sink, to relax, to sink down, to let drop, or also to become disheartened. So the sunken place or slacken, right? There was a place where the Israelites were after the Exodus, and it was called, what we call it, in an alternative translation, was it Rephidim, almost like camp, lazy days. It was to slacken. But then I thought about get out, the sunken place. You're falling, you're sinking in the sunken place. But going even deeper into this word, we find that there was a Rapha, right, who were the dead things underneath the waters. We're going to bring that out from the prophets, the Rapha. So when we looked into some of the Babylonian and Far Eastern mythology, so from some of they seem to have some type of priest or ones and ones of some deity kind of worship. And they're coming out of the water, and they have the fish heads. You've seen those pictures. They have the fish head, right? Where this is a pope with papal might, like a fish head, and they're coming out of the water. Then we have the verse in the scripture of the Rapha, right? The dead things. I think it's in Job, one of the oldest books. We have the Rapha, right? So you smoke the Rapha, right? The Rapha, remember there's 2 sides of Rapha. One, like the Beit Rapha, the house of healing. But then also you have the dead things underneath the water. Let's see if we have this right here. The dead things, dead and water. Let's look up dead and water and see if we have this here in Job. Yeah, dead things is Job 26 and 5. Dead things is italicized, so reading out the italicized, dead are formed from under the waters and the inhabitants thereof. Or dead things are formed from under the waters and inhabitants thereof. In the archaic Hebrew of Job, Hariphaim, Yeholalu Miyatahat Mayim with Shokanehem. So some interpret that as the ghosts of the dead rise under the waters along with those who live there with them. Bringing out that trend, so the dead tremble, those beneath the waters and all that live in them. Those who are deceased tremble, and these different translations, departed spirits tremble, those beneath the waters and all that live in them. So very interesting in Babylonian, Sumerian, a lot of these, like the Anunnaki from the Stitchin, from that particular region and those sort of things. Syrians and Sumerians, they have these legends of men that seem to be wearing like a big fish they cut open and put as a hat kind of over them, almost like the papal mitre, mitre. So it's just interesting that we have Ha-Riphaim, right? Ha-Riphaim here in Job 26:5, KJV translated as dead. Now here we have the 87496, Rapha. Now one Rapha has a hey. This Rapha has an aleph, Rapha. Here they have it as the BDB definition, ghosts of the dead, the shades, the shadim in the Hebrew, like the demons, the shades, the spirits, right? Now it breaks us down here in Strong's. It says it's from the 7495, right? Healing in that sense, in the sense of the 7503, to sink, to relax, to sink down, to become disheartened, or to be idle, properly lax. That is in the figurative sense, a ghost or a duppy, as dead, but it's only used in the plural sense, the dead, the deceased, zombie apocalypse. So the dead things, dead are formed from under the waters. Notice the language, the dead are formed from under the waters, the Noh, remember the Maya, the Ma'im, Mabul, right? And the inhabitants, Shakan, those who dwell there. So once again, we have Ha-Riphaim, Ye-Cholalo. Ha-Riphaim, Ye-Cholalo, Miyatachata Ma'im, Wishokanehem, and the dwellers in them. So the Ham, in them. So just pointing this out right here, are formed, and the word for formed, the Chul, which means to twist, to rive, to kind of twirl, like almost like you tighten the rope, a coil in that sense, having that particular sense. Also, this is used sometimes for giving birth, to be born, in that sense, to rive, to twist, to wait, to go through that twist and whirl, circular, spiral motion. Can be in the sense of to dance, or to rise in pain or fear, or to wait, or in the sense of to pervert, to bear, to give birth, to calve. Like when it says like the deers and so forth, on they calve, or the animals calve, to be in pain, to be pained, as it were, under the waters. Because how do we have here, after the Maya of Noah, after the flood, do we have one of the old types, the giants that some say are the Rephaim. So we have Rephaim, and Job says the dead things. So in the 14th year came Kadola Omer, a handful of the Omer, and the kings that were with him, and smote the Rephaim in Ashtaroth Karnaim, in the star of the two horns, and the Zuzim, and the roving, moving creatures, the wild beasts, or the savages, in Ham, or rereading that, Baham, in them. Since it's such a spooky, mysterious, unknown place, it's not speaking of Ham. It's speaking of Ham, and they say, they're uncertain, probably this, probably that. Probably a rereading would say that instead of looking at these as many different places, this is all one contiguous kind of camp, in a sense. And the Amemes are the terrors. Ameem. This word is used elsewhere, even in the Psalms. Suffer terrors. The Ameem, the terrors. All right. Some say it was an early Canaanitish or Moabitish tribe. They're guessing, because we know who the Canaanites of the 11, and not one of them was the Ameems, right? But they were in that region that the Canaanites had illegally settled on. They settled on. When Mutabaruka asked where the hell is Canaan's land, it was not to the east, but to the west. We talk about North Africa, not over there in the Levant. But Ama is dread or terror, fright, but in another sense it can be an idol, as some would say a bugbear, like an idol, dread, horror. But these are eames. That means they are beings. There's more than one, coming from the Ayom, to be terrible, to be dreadful, right? The dreadful ones. Zombie, apocalypse, afterwards. And Shaweh Kiryatayim, Shaweh. So I originally was looking this up for the Shaweh, Showa connection. This is the plane of the double or two cities, Kiryatayim, because the Yod Meme is usually the double. So the Yod Meme, the plural, in its Hebraic sense, it's a double. And these are usually in the ancient sense, those things which came from above. in the first time. Those things came from above, in the heavenlies, in the double. Right? The Kiryatayim, in this sense, would be a double city or two cities. And the Shaweh would be the plain. Right? The Shaweh, let's get into the root. The Shaweh, a level plain. Right? The valley where the king of Sodom met Abram after the battle, a level plain. Right? Shaweh, right? Shaweh also means to agree, to become like, to become, to resemble, to level. Shaweh, that which has leveled up or been equalized, properly to level, to resemble, to adjust, in the sense of to counterbalance, become suitable, poised, place, yield. But in the sense of the land, right, this was a plain, right? And notice the word, Kiryatayim. Kiryatayim relates to cities. Kiryat, all right? Ishkariot, that is Judas. Ishkariot, Kiryat, city, Kiryatayim, double city, right? A double city, a Kiryat, single city, Kiryat, right? A city, generally collective, right? Or flooring. Getting into the detail of the word, right, is almost like the flooring, like beams of wood leveling up, right? So this is a level place, right? So in my rereading of this, in the 14th year came a handful of sheaves, Kedor Laomer, right, and the kings that were with him, and they smote the Rephaim in Ashtaroth Karnaim, and the Zuzim, the savages, the savages not in Ham, but the savages, Baham in the Hebrew in them, and Amims, and the zombies, the terrorists, in the Shaweh Kiryatayim, the Shaweh, in the plain that was between the cities, the plain that was between the two cities. So that's one alternative reading, because when we get to verse 17, it says, and the king of Sodom went out to meet him after his return from the slaughter. So he slaughtered these some would say like the Nephilim, right, or remnant of these sort of beings. How did it survive the flood? Well, I think in the ancient archaeology, when they show you these ones that had like fish heads, you know, not fish heads, they were men, but it was like they was wearing a costume, like a fish head, you know, on top, and that looks like the papal mitre, and they would show you kind of in their ancient beliefs, they carved into this that they were coming out of the water. So, well, the water would kill those who, nobody has to bring fish into the ark, say fish, because they remember it's water. So these beings somehow survive, as Job said, the dead things under the water. So in the place Ashtaroth Karnaim, we have the pentagram, because the star of two horns, right, horns of El Canudo, and the savages, Zuzim, the roving creature, Bahem, in them, and the terrors in the plain, right, in the level ground, the plain of the two cities. Genesis 14:17, and the king of Sodom went out to meet him after his return from the slaughter of Kedor Laomer, and of the kings that were with him. So here we have the four kings with five, the five with four, the four and the five, this war, that were with him at the valley of Shaweh. Now here it says the valley of Shaweh. Because Shaweh, right, Shaweh means a plain, a level plain, a level ground, like a level ground, a level plain, right? So here we have the Shaweh, and it defines this as being the king's dale, right? The king's dale, and a dale, Amek is like a valley, a vale, a lowland, right? Open country or the low country in the broad depression, in the low country, right? So just looking at that Amak, right? The Amak, right here. And then we have Melchizedek bringing forward the bread and the wine for the bracha, 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 for the bracha.
Yes. Shalom, Chaverim. So right there, touching on an alternative read and expansion on Genesis Bereshit, Genesis chapter 14, verse 5, right there. Now the part that we're talking about with Ham, here this in the Hebrew is Ham, just to distinguish here the Hebrew. We'll do our best with this right here that we have. Here it says Ham. All right, just pay attention to this right here. If I can, we'll try to bring out a better presentation here. But an alternative read and also expansion of this read. There's a lot of what says multum in parvo. I think it's a Latin phrase that means like enough in a little bit. Like there's a lot that's in a little. This one verse right here when we unpack it. But here, ones might say, "Oh, that's Ham," like Ham, Shem, and Japheth, because in English it looks like H-A-M, and it's H-A-M. But notice the phonetic here, right? If you look at the Hebrew letters, it's Hey and Meme Sophit. That's to say, it's Hey, the Ha, soft H, Ha, and it's the final Meme, or Meme Sophit, right? The final Meme. So it's Hey and Meme Sophit. You see, this is Ham. Right now, BDB right here, the definition is a false definition right here. We say false because they say it's hot, right? It's hot, sunburnt. Okay, check this right here. Look at it. What is the Strong's letter? It's the H1990. What a year, what a year. The H1990, right? So BDB has false. It's a false rendering. It's a guesstimate right there. Hot or sunburn. Why do we say this? Well, we look at the Hebrew letters again. We have a Hey and a Meme Sophit. Right now, when we look at Ham, right? Shem, Ham, and Yafet, it's a Chet. We have the two letters is Chet, and it's the Meme Sophit, right? Chet. So there's a difference in Hebrew between the Hey and the Chet, or between the sounds Ha and Ha. Ha and Ha. Bringing it down to English, right? Usually they would have it as like, they used to write it as H for the regular Hey, right? The fifth letter. So basically what we have is a difference, if you count the Hebrew letters, between the fifth, in other words, the fifth and the eighth letter of the Hebrew alphabet are getting confounded here. So when BDB says it's hot, sunburnt, and we said it's a false translation, well, looking at what is in the scripts here, it's Ham. They have it transliterated as Ham, but in the Hebrew we say Hem, right? Hem, like for them. Hem for them. I think we brought that out with the Job verse. Dead things, right, are formed or twist, turned, or birthed, in a sense, under the water. Dead things are birthed under the water. That linked right there with the Rephaim, right? The Rephaim. For example, if we say Eloheinu, our Elohim, Elohe Anu, Elohe Anu, Eloheinu. And we say Elohehem, Elohehem. You get the hem, the hey, and the Meme Sophit, hem, right? Elohehem, some might say Eloheham, but really Elohehem is their Elohim. So I'm saying to you all, Elohechem, Elohechem. I'm saying y'all Elohim, Yahweh Elohechem, right? If we say Yahweh Elohehem, that's their Elohim. So the suffix hem, right? So when we look at this in the Hebrew verse, just a little expansion on this reasoning right here. Let's bring up the compare scripts. Let's bring out the, let's see how we can show this to you right here. Okay, this is the full of the verse. Okay, where's the part right here? It says, okay, here we go. We'll highlight it right here. Let's highlight this here. There we go. Zuzim beham. That's the way it's pointed. But we propose zuzim behem. Right? We have this expression in Hebrew many places, like in them. Behem. Right? Behem, like in them. Right? So the alternative reading of the verse and the zuzim, definite article zuzim. In Hebrew, even today, if I say zuz me po, zuz, move, zuz. Like zuz is like to say zuz as a command, right? Is to say like move, like so. I say zuz me po to one, like somebody sitting too close. I say zuz me po, like move from here. Zuz, move. Like a command usually like to a male, you know, Zuzi, Zuzi, right? To female, but Zuzmipo, right? Zuzu, right? Zuzmipo, like move from here. So the word Zuzim, as we sought to bring out an expansion of this, because a very curious verse, right? And I wonder, like, why this particular 4 versus 5 kings? Of course, it connects with Abraham Ha'ibri, the rescue of his nephew, his brother, right? Euphemistically his brother, but literally his nephew, and you know, those who were taken captive. He got in too deep. He got too close. He got close to Sodom, then after a while you start to live in Sodom. You know, you get close to it, and then after a while you get in it. And he got in too deep and got caught up. So the translation here where it says, and the Zuzim, right? Zuzim. Here they bring it out as roving creatures, right? They say, oh, ancient people of uncertain origin. Uncertain origin, right? Okay, maybe they don't know, or maybe they do know, right? And it's a cover up. Okay, excuse me right there. The screen just went off. Let me bring it on one more time. That was happening, you know, behind the scenes right here. We have this connected right here. Let's connect it again. Share screen. Give me one moment just to share screen again so you can see where we're at right here with this. Okay, you know, sometimes these wires, you know, technology. So the zoos means to move, right? Moving, right? Living. In fact, you find it also in Genesis and some of the creation areas, you know, considering the, all that moves upon this, all that moves upon that. Okay, here we go. Let's see if we can bring this out again. Okay, give me one moment to share the screen. Yeah. You know, sometimes we have these wires, these cords that hook up, you know, to connect the equipment. Sometimes they, you know, sometimes they don't really do what, okay, here we go. Like as Matt says, is saying that sometimes the seed that you plant doesn't always bear the desired fruit, you know? Happen right there. Add that to the screen, and now we add that right there. There we go. Okay, so we're up again. Okay, Zuzim. So we get to the root of Zuzim, right? Zuzim come from Z's, right? Now as a command, Zuz, right? Z's, right here to move, right? They don't have it linked right here, but the root word is Zuz, right? To move. So these moving creatures, not in Ham. Oh, let me bring this out. The H1990, right? They assume it means hot, right? Right, burn. So let's go to Ham, right? Remember Ham, Shem, and Japheth. Oh, actually Shem, Ham, and Japheth. In the world, they like to say Ham, Shem, and Japheth, but the scripture says Shem, Ham, and Japheth, right? But here we go, right here. Okay, let's clear that. Come again. There we go. So you see the word for Ham is the H2526. Thank God. That is something that we can easily remember. Remember the Ham in that verse there from Genesis chapter 14, right? What was the word? The link word was H1990. And they were uncertain about that, wasn't they? Do you remember how the Hebrew letters look? Well, basically, you can look this up. The 5th letter, they confounding the 5th letter and the 8th letter of the Hebrew Aleph Bet. So the 5th letter and the 8th letter are being confused, right? Either making the word as they have it as Ham, right? Really in the Hebrew, them, as a suffix, hem, right? Hem, and Ham. Ham here is the H2526, right? So see, here they used to translate the ha sound as CH. A little more better is a KH, ha. This properly means hot, right? Ham, right? This properly means hot, and as a name or a noun, a name refers to one of the sons of Noah, right? You had Shem, Ham, and Yafet. Shem, name, reputation. Ham, hot, heat, right? Yafet, kind of expansion, right? To expand, right? So here we have hot, warm, right? And so Ham comes from Hamam. So Ham as we have Ham, he has an adjective, the adjectival sense of Ham, right? Ham, to be hot or to be warm, comes from Hamam, the verb, Hamam, to become hot, to become warm. So Ham, the sense of heat, has two senses in the Hebrew: to be, to grow warm, right, or hot, right, heat up. It can also relate to passion, right, in the figurative sense. Also in chant right here. My hand knocked this again. I gotta get another wire right here, another connection wire. Give me one more moment, brothers and sisters, to reconnect that right there. Okay, to reconnect that right there. Okay, so Ham, we're still on Ham. We're going Ham. All right. It's interesting, even when in a verse where it says like Yahuwah, his anger against, the Bnei Yisrael, or even others, it says that he will go Ham. It's almost like when we say today, like somebody going ham, yo, he went ham on him, right? Why do we say that? And which ham do we mean? I propose, once lost, now found, just because we don't really know it, it's something that's in our genes, it's something that's in our psyche, it's something that's in us, if we be that people. So it's interesting how we use certain slang expressions, and then as we learn, as we grow, like we was talking in the previous podcast about angels and breaking down what angels mean and the whole, like, the real sense of messenger, right? And how it gets confounded. Okay, hold on for a moment. This wire here. How it gets confounded with when we say angel. When you say angel, you start to think these ideas, maybe somebody with wings, maybe little pudgy babies, white babies or something. You think these weirdo thoughts and everything. But then when we look at what the root means, a messenger, it's like, oh, okay, a messenger. So therefore it makes sense when we're reading the Hebrew, when Jacob sent forth messengers, right, or angels, but there they were translated as what? Messengers. You see, if they were consistent, they'll say, and Jacob sent forth what? Angels. But then people say, well, how could Jacob send? Jacob's not God. How are you going to send forth angels? You know what I'm saying? Well, you recognize, he sent forth messengers, and what a messenger is. A messenger is like a prophet, can be a messenger, a teacher, a priest is a message. So when I Rastafari say fire angels. But here, it's back on the screen again. So Ham, we're still at the Ham, right? The root of Ham, right? So it's different here, right? To become arouse, inflame oneself, or to get heated. Depends on the context, whether literally or figuratively, to inflame oneself, right? Like his anger, to like heat, like you go ham on somebody. There we go. You go ham. So anyway, that was one of the differences right there. Just wanted to bring that out right there. That was what we was laboring to kind of show, that there was a difference. We should have just went to the number. 2 points to remember about this verse here, the Ham, that is a descendant of Noah, and the Ham. So it's Ham and it's Ham, or Ham and Hem. And in the verse is Behem. That's what we want to bring out right there. This is a very interesting verse. There's a couple of other ites or eames that are mentioned, like the Rephaim, Ashtaroth Karnaim is mentioned, Ashtaroth. Now, in the English, we see A, but there's two A's. Like we talk about the H, there is the fifth letter, Hey or Ha, and there is the eighth letter, Chet or Ha. So there is Ham, and there is Ham. Here we have also two A's, but this right here, touch on it briefly, the Ashtaroth, right? Ashtaroth Karnaim, right? Or the Ashtaroth of the two horns or peaks, right? The two horns, right? Ashtaroth, right? Right here, star, like we say asterisk, Aster, right? In one sense, right there, right? And how it's related, So this kind of gives us a kind of context of other ideas. Then we have the Keren, the horn, right? Keren, right? The horn-like projections, the horns. And then we start to bring out the whole idea of the two horns, like the so-called Il Canudo, when people put up the bull sign of the two horns, yeah. Then, just to show this kind of ancient connection, ancient modern connection, and the Zuzim, the moving creatures, Behem. So instead of the Zuzims in a place called Ham, no, it was the Zuzims Behem, in them, right? So the Rephaim and Ashtarot Karnaim, right? There was a Rephaim that were in the place Ashtarot Karnaim, right? The star, right, of the two horns. And then, and then we start to bring out the example, though we didn't visualize it, with the pen alpha and the pentagram, like the 5-pointed star with 1 point up, and then when they flip it around to do the whole goat's head and blah, 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 blah. You want to be a goat, you want to be the greatest, what, you want to be Azazel? Scapegoat. Anyway, and the Zuzim, the moving creatures or the savages, and the Amim, right? And the Amims, here we have Amims, the Amims of terrors. Just to bring that out there, because this verse here is significant, right? At least within the Hebrew narrative, because there's this whole chapter. We get the backstory of the chapter, the battle, some of the key details of the battle. Then we get to see Abram, right? Abram right here. He's introduced as the Hebrew right here. Abram Ha'ibri, right here. He was confederate, right? He had a Baal Barit. He had a Baal in the sense of the owner, husband, Lord, right? Also a sense of like to have, right? Or to be in a covenant, Baal Barit, with these particular Amorites. Remember Mamre? Now we get Mamre here in this fourth sabbatical study, Shabbat Strong. We get Mamre, right? This is where the Shalosha Anashim, right? The three mortal men, or Yahweh appearing, becoming visible to Abraham, right? In the Elone Mamre. And there the KJV has a false translation because it says plains, the plains. And we brought that out, that it's not the word plains, right? Like the rain on the plains or whatever like that, however that thing go, but the plains, not like the plain, like the prairie or the plain in that sense. No, it actually means the trees, right? And the trees, and it says the Elone Mamre, right? So this kind of gives a little background from the previous Torah reading and feeding. Abram Ha'ibri, and he dwelt in the what? See, it's the Elon. Once again, the Elon. Is Elon plain? No, Sadeh is plain. Elon refers to like a strong tree, or we like to call it like the God tree, because the Elon is related to the El, right? And the Ayala and Hayala sense of strength and power. So the strong tree, the great tree, like the oak tree, see where it says right here, they bring it out as a strong tree, right? The strong tree, right? Right, of Mamre. Ha-Amori, right? The Amorite, brother of Eshcol. Eshcol is interesting too, because Eshcol has a sense of a cluster, like a cluster of grapes. Remember when the spies had went into land, they brought back an Eshcol, right? The Eshcol. Eshcol is like a cluster, like a grape cluster. It's an Eshcol, right? But this is said to be the name, right, of another Ha-Amori. So here we have Abram Ha-Ibri being confederate, with these particular Amorites at this early period of the narrative. Right here, he dwelt in the trees, right, or the area that was very woody, right, wooded, strong trees, big trees of Mamre and Ha-Amori, the brother of Eshcol, the Ach of Eshcol, and the Ach, right, of Aner, right, and these were confederate, or Baal Barit. They were Baal Barit. Baal Barit is like Baal Brit, like, or Baal Barit. They were like owners of a covenant. That's a way of, an ancient way, saying that they had like an agreement, like a contract. They had, a covenant together. They had a league, almost like a league. They were in league with Bram, right? And then same chapter here introduces Malkiah Tzedek. So there's a lot going on in chapter 14. We have the 4 kings versus the 5, right? Then we get right here where the king of Sodom went out to meet them, in this spot. And so just to unpack it a little bit more, because what's significant is that when we get here to this Torah reading and feeding, chapter 18, Wayera Yahweh, and he who be, he appeared to him, Abraham, in the what here says plains, right? The Elone, the strong trees, the great trees of Mamre, right? So at this point, well, who is Mamre? Well, that points back to chapter 14, right? And he sat in the tent door in the heat. You see the word for heat? You're talking about the Ham in chapter 14, right? The Ham, Zuzim, right? The Ham or Baham. Here we have Chom. Chom is related to Ham as well. Chom. Chom, to be hot, right? This is a noun masculine. Remember the name Ham, Shem, Ham, not Ham, but Ham, come from Hamam, the same verb root right there. So it was the hot part of the day. He lifts up his eyes, and here we call this the Hebrew triunity, the Hebrew Trinity, he who be, Yahweh revealing, right? Appearing, literally when it says he appeared, he made himself visible as these 3 men. And so let's strike this kind of angelology idea. People like to push. I know they've been pushing it so long that, like if you keep repeating it and you keep hearing it over and over, you say, well, it was 3 angels, 3 angels, 3 angels. I mean, I hear people who really read and study the scripture still calling the 3 angels, but it clearly says in the Hebrew, and even the KJV translation is correct here when it says 3 men. See, because then that right there is just further proof of the true Trinity or the true triunity according to what's in the scripture. All right, we didn't even go into no New Testament. We didn't get into no New Testament theology, because the true New Testament Brit Chadash theology is based on the Brit Hayashana, based on Torah. So when we now put this into its context, the Hebrew Trinity revealed, he who be, he revealed, as this is how he who be chose to reveal himself. So here's what we pick up. Here's what we pick up right here for this Torah reading and feeding. So let's touch on this right here. Like to pick up with this day 3 and day 4, right? Day 3 and day 4. Here we're at the 3rd day, Tuesday, the 3rd day of the Shavuot, counting from the 1st day that the Gentiles call Sunday, that we call the 1st day. Here, Aliyah a day. Here, let's pick up with this. Just want to get this on the board right here. Here we go, right here. Melchizedek, the priest theme, right? We have the priest theme right here. So here. Let's bring this out here. The 4th, 3rd, and the 4th Aliyot right here. Let's bring this out right here. Give me one moment. Okay, while we get this ready.
Are ye not as children of the Ethiopians unto me, O children of Israel, O children of Israel? Are ye not as children of the Ethiopians? Are ye not as children of the children of the Ethiopians? Are ye not as children of the Ethiopians unto me, O children of Israel, saith the Lord.
Sabbatical study, this I Rastafari sabbatical study for this Shabbat strong.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
Here for the 3rd and the 4th Aliyah right here, reading an Aliyah portion, sabbatical mana right here. Here we pick up with Genesis, Bereshit, Genesis chapter 19, verse 1 to chapter 20, verse 10. Shema Yisrael, here. Now here we get the messengers. The men are now referred to as messengers, or pseudonymously as angels.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
And hear, Shema Yisrael. Hear, give ear, O Yisrael. Shemi, Ethiopia, hoy. Hear, for the Shalishi, Aliyah, here for this Shabbat, Wayera, Sabbath, and he appeared. Here, picking up the first book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that is called Genesis, the Sefer Bereshith, here picking up with Genesis chapter 19, here for the Shalishi, the third reading, the Shalishi Aliyah, the third up offering up here for this Shabbat Wayera, Sabbath, and he appeared. Wayabu Shnei Hamalakim Sidoma Ba'erev Lota Yoshev Bishara Sidom Wayare Lota Wayakama Likaratama Wayishatahua Apayim Arza. Here for the Shalishi, the third reading here for this Shabbat Wayera, Sabbath, and he appeared. Genesis chapter 19, the destruction of Sodom, the third step in Lot's backsliding. A great man in Sodom. Wayaboua Shnei Hamalakim, and there came two angels to Sodom. Wayaboua Shnei Hamalakim Sodoma Ba'erev, and there came Shnei Hamalakim, two angels to Sodom, Sodoma. Ba'erev, in the Erev, in the evening, Ba'erev. And Lot sat in the gate of Sodom. Lot Yoshev B'Sha'ara Sodom. And Lot seeing him. Wayare Lot, and Lot seeing, rose up to meet them, Wayakama Likaratam, and he bowed himself with his face toward the ground. Wayishatahu Apayim Arza, and there came two angels to Sodom at evening. Wayabu Shnei Hamalakim Sodoma Ba'erev. And Lot sat in the gate of Sodom with Lot Yoshev B'Sha'ara Sodom. And Lot seeing, Wayare Lot rose up to meet them, Wayakama Likaratam, and he bowed himself, Wayishatahu, with his face toward the ground, Apayim Arza. And he said, behold now, my lords, turn in. Waya Yomer Hine na Adonai Suruna. Turn in, I pray thee, I pray you, into your servant's bait, into your servant's house, and tarry all night, and wash your feet, and ye and y'all shall rise up early, and go on your ways. And they said, nay. And they said, no. But we, I and I, will abide in the street all night. And he pressed upon them greatly, and they turned in to him, and entered into Beito, and entered into his house. And he made them a feast, and did bake unleavened bread, and they did eat. But before they lay down, the men of the city, even the men of Sodom, compass the house, compass the bait, round both old and young, all the people from every quarter. But before they lay down, the men of the city, even the men of Sodom, compassed the house round, both old and young, and all the people from every quarter. And they called to Lot, and they called to Lot, and said to him, where are the men which came in to thee this night? Bring them out to us, that we may know them. And Lot went out at the door. And Lot went out at the door to them, and shut the door after him. Wayetzea Eleihem Lot ha petaha we ha dalet sagar acharayo, and said, I pray you, brethren, do not so wickedly, do not so rashly. Behold now, I have 2 daughters which have not known man. Let me, I pray you, bring them out to you, and do ye deal to them as is good in your eyes. Only to these, man, do nothing. For therefore came they under the shadow of my roof. And they said, stand back. And they said again, this one fellow came in to sojourn, and he will needs be a judge. Now will we deal worse with thee than with them. And they pressed sore upon the man, even Lot, and came near to break Hadalet, to break the door. But the men put forth their hand and pulled Lot into the bait, into the house to them, and shut the door. And they smote the men that were at the door of the house with blindness, both small and great, so that they wearied themselves. They wearied themselves to find ha-patach, to find the door. And the men said to Lot, hast thou here any besides? Son-in-law and thy sons and thy daughters, and whatsoever thou hast in the city, bring out of this place, for I will destroy this place, because the cry of them is waxen great before the face of Jehovah, of Jehovah, and Jehovah and Jehovah have sent I to destroy it, to destroy it. And Lot went out and spake to his sons-in-law, who married his daughters, and said, up, get you out of this place. For Jehovah will destroy this city. But he seemed as one that mocked to his sons-in-law. And when the morning arose, then Malakim, the angels hastened Lot, saying, arise, take Ishteka, take thy wife, thy woman, and thy 2 daughters who are here, lest thou be consumed in the iniquity of the city. And while he lingered, the men laid hold upon his hand and upon the hand of Ishtar, upon his woman, his wife, and upon the hand of his two daughters. Yahweh, Jehovah being merciful to him. And they brought him forth and set him without the city. And it came to pass when they had brought them forth abroad that he said, escape for thy life, look not behind thee, neither stay thou in all the plain, escape to the mountain, lest thou be consumed. And Lot and Lot said to them, oh, not so, my Lord. And Lot said to them, Allah Adonai, oh no, Adonai, behold now, thy servant hath found grace in thy sight, and thou hast magnified thy mercy, which thou hast shewed to me in saving my life. And I cannot escape to the mountain, unless some evil take me and I die. Behold now, this city is near to flee to, and it is a little one, Oh, let me escape thither. There. Is it not a little one? Isn't it a little one? And my soul, my nefesh, nafshi, and my psyche shall live. And here, Shema Yisrael, here for the Revi'i, here for the Revi'i, Aliyah, here for the fourth reading, the fourth up offering, here for this Shabbat Wayera, Sabbath, and he appeared. Here, picking up with the first book of Moshe, the Hebrew book, called Genesis chapter 19, here at verse 21, for the Revi'i, here for the fourth reading, the fourth up offering for Shabbat, Wayera, Sabbath, and he appeared. Wayomer Elayo Hine Nasati Yafaneka Gama La Davara Hazet Libiltia Hafkia Etahir Asher Dibarta. And he said to him, Wayomer Elayo, see, I have accepted thee concerning this thing also. Hine nasati fanika gam la davara haze, that I Wayomer Elayo, Hine nasati afaneka gam la davar haze le bilti hafkiya etahir, for which thou hast spoken, asher dibarta, haste thee, escape thither, there, for I cannot do anything till thou become thither, till thou become there. Therefore, the name of the city was called Zoar. The sun was risen upon the earth, the earthly plain, when Lot entered into Zoar. Then Yahweh Jehovah rained upon Sodom and upon Gomorrah brimstone and fire from Jehovah out of heaven, and he overthrew those cities and all the plain and all the inhabitants of the cities and that which grew upon the ground. But Ishtar, his Isha, his Orset, his woman, his wife, but Ishtar looked back from behind him, and she became a pillar of salt. And Abraham got up early in the boker in the morning to the place of Makom, where he stood lifting Yahweh before Hova, and he looked toward Sodom and Gomorrah, and toward all the land of the plain, and beheld, and lo, look, the smoke of the country went up as the smoke of a furnace. And it came to pass when Elohim, the true good, the true God, destroyed the cities of the plain, that Elohim remembered Abraham and sent Lot out of the midst of the overthrow, when he overthrew the cities in which Lot dwelt. And Lot and Lot went up out of Zoar and dwelt in the mountain, and his 2 daughters with him, for he feared to dwell in Zoar, and he dwelt in a cave, he and his 2 daughters. And the firstborn said to the younger, Avinu, our father is old, and there is not a man in the earth to come into us after the manner of all the earth. Come, let us make Avinu, our father, drink wine, and we will lie sexually with him, that we may preserve seed of Avinu, of our father. The last step in Lot's backsliding, verse 33. And they made their father drink wine that night, and the first one went in and lay sexually with her father. And he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. And it came to pass on the morrow that the firstborn said to the younger, Behold now, I lay yesternight with my father. Let us make him drink wine this night also, and go thou in and lay and lie with him, that we may preserve seed of Avinu, of our father. And they made their father drink wine that night also, and the younger arose and lay sexually with him, and he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. Thus, like this, were both the daughters of Lot with child of their father. And the firstborn bare a son, and called Shemo his name Moab. The same is the father of the Moabites to this day. And the younger, she also bare a son, and called Shemo his name Ben-Ami. The same is the father of the children of Ammon to this day. And here, Shema Yisrael, here, Genesis chapter 20. Abraham's lapse at Gerar. And Abraham journeyed from there, toward Ha-Negeb, towards the south country, and dwelt between Kadesh and Shur, and sojourned in Gerar. And Abraham said of Sarah, Ishto, Sarah, his Isha, his wife, Sarah, Ishto, his Oset, his Ashet, she is my sister. She Achoti, she Hitte, she my sister. And Abimelech, king of Gerar, Melech of Gerar, sent and took Sarah. But Elohim came to Abimelech in a dream by night, and said to him, Behold, thou, the eye, art but a dead man, for the woman, the Isha, the Oset, the Eshet, which thou hast taken, for she is a man's Isha, she is a man's wife. But Abimelech had not come near her. And he said, Adonai, wilt thou slay also a righteous nation? Said he not to me, she is Achoti, she is Hitte, she is my sister. And even she herself said, he who, Achi, he is Wendeme, he is my brother. Hello, who? Amarli, Achoti, he, with he, Gam, he, Amra, Achi, who? In the integrity of my heart and innocency of my hands have I done this thing. Bitam levavi uabe nikyon kapai asiti zot. And Ha-Elohim, the true good, the true God, said to him in a dream, yea, I know that thou didst this in the integrity of thy heart. For I also withheld thee from sinning, from ucking up against me. Therefore suffered I the eye not to touch her. Now, therefore, restore the man, Eshet, the man's woman, the man's wife, his Orset, his Isha. For he Nabi, he is a prophet, and he shall pray for thee, and thou shalt live. And if thou restore her not, know thou that thou shalt surely die, thou and all that are thine. Therefore Abimelech rose early in the morning and called all his servants and told all these things in their ears. And the men were sore afraid. Then Abimelech called Abraham and said to him, what hast thou done to us? And what have I offended thee, that thou hast brought on me and on my kingdom a great uckery, a great sin, a great chatiat? Thou hast done deeds to me that ought not to be done. And Abimelech said to Abraham, what sawest thou that thou hast done this thing? What sawest thou? The eye that thou hast done this thing. What sawest thou that thou hast done this thing? Sabbatical study, this I Rastafari sabbatical study for this Shabbat strong.
Yeah, man. Some of the spend time you see me, you're done, man. Just put the fire upon us today. So the man who ready for burn them, you see the hand them. Yo. Hey. From you to them, you will know them. Don't know that know I go to them. And from here, then you will know them. Listen to the way you're them spoken. From you to them, you will know them. Don't know that know I go to them. Oh, from here, then you will know them. Listen to the way you're them spoken. Listen to your girl. You know, see a piece of on them. I see a man them. I eat and them. Why? To me, ocean, they man them. Them not like me, them not like them. When I say me, that bird. You know, see a third man them. I don't be man them. I team on them. Why? That's why we now going on no with them. Well, Bundy, I say, well, we go cut them out. Which part we cut them in at the dancers? None of them can escape this judgment. Come and found them guilty, Dr. Ross. Bull be up the highway, all I see through all the wall. But I see no high water, but we see no for ball. No dumb shot, but we still hear them a call. No say them a music, but me say them a stall. No say them a give it, but me say them a stall. With them a go to all in the roll call. Judgment, but them in the judgment ball. Never send them go mix up all the wall. Never send them go refrigerator now. Never tell them female with our business. This the profit them in the roll like. So take them in the judgment ball. You don't see a number of them. I'm not mother them. I hear them why. So me no send the woman them no like me, young no like them. When I listen me again, when I see a dead man them, a doping on them, a demon them why. That's why we now going on the with them. Well, the God judgment, if they had them not talk, it makes sense them shut up. If they want them up, them on a word, shut them up. Me see the whole of them will be driving at the bus. Get you whole of them a drink out of this same cup. I may find out say that the whole of them got touch. I may find out say that the whole of them are crop. I miss a man dead and now that you are. I miss a man dead and now that you are us. I miss a man dead and now that you are touch. Oh, I got the keys for your truck. Just man no make us the fella in a rush. This the emperor, you know your head one bird. You know see how me on them. I'm young and a them. I eat them why. To me rush and them and them not like me, them not like them. When I listen me again, you know see how they on them. I don't pay man them, I give man them all. That's why we now going and up now with them. Well, but we ask them, why y'all go do it? Who that you have the Allah kiss you on your cheek? And your big king size, you have another man asleep. Sight and Maria, you know one tardy. Sight Jacqueline, you know one tardy. Every day them come here with them, now we some speech. You king Selassie, Rastafari seat. You know I know girl, you let her roll on the street. You know see how come is nothing. I don't know that system. I need them why. That's why we now going on know with them. From the ball this step, we don't know we know that. You know that.
The king of oh yeah.
All rise. Court is now in session. All rise. Court is now in session.
Where the guilty must be exposed.
All right.
Rewind.
The fire we keep too nasty and slack them all and drop them fall apart. The people good, stick me them are dark. Bobby wrong, you condemn, you're wrong, then you can't live long there. Push I copy, dash it fire upon them. Wicked promote the freaky girls and nasty man, then but righteous youth, prison and hang them. Both Bobby wrong, nasty plan them. Filthy, I don't want hear by them thing from them. Like truth worth more than it song and anthem. Burn out the team and them. Burn down Saddam, I know better. Make the wicked and the nasty behavior. No slackness, I know either. Forward, high press, I train up on like senior. Burn down Saddam, you clean and straight, yeah. Boga them can't encourage ya. Burn them down now, wait till later. Greater light in your brimstone. Lava earthquake, yeah. Life ain't no blazing star. Little kids, we boga them a racing star. So burn out the blazing star. This is the truth of setting star. Not to get a flaws, neither rating star. No time for debating, sir. The empress need life seed stranding. Hovering, no make you ask what you're waiting for. Go burn down Saddam, no data. Let the slackness, I know either. Forward, I'm pressed up in up and like clean and you. Burn down, shadow, me a clean and straight, yeah. Boga them can't escape, yeah. Burn them down now, wait till later, greater light in your double soul. Lava, earthquake, yeah. Ah! Fire blaze, blazing. Them a go on like them sleep. Them dwell within the pit, them sick. Check it out, all type of things them a kiss. Nasty bit, trade and practice. Them a fi get burn out. Call the lightning quick like strength. From them fight against nature, them a fi get burn through. Burn them filthy web and dirty net down too. Fire, fire, cursing I log your style. Burn down the wicked, not smile. Burn down the data. Spread no heat and them nasty behavior. No slackness, push no either. Forward, hurt, press like clean up and like clean and you. Burn down, cut down, you clean and straight, yeah. The bugger then can't escape, yeah. Burn them down now, wait till later, greater light in the under flow. Lava, earthquake, yeah. Rappy, 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 rappy.
Bun them. Ice. It's hot. Here. We have a song, but first.
When I say more, you say fire. More fire. More.
Why, slash, perfect, blessed, Moria.
So today's daily psalm, Psalm 80, Mizmor Pei, also called Mizmor Fei. Here, today's daily psalm, we have Psalm 80, the 80th Psalm, Mizmor Pei. Psalm LXXX. It's a tefillah, it's a prayer for Yisrael, so the Beit Yisrael, the house of Israel, the Beit of Israel's restoration. Today's daily song, sometimes themed as the shepherd of Yisrael, Ro'eh, Yisrael. Ro'eh, Yisrael, the shepherd of Israel, Ro'eh, Yisrael. Hazina, broad in the ear. Give ear, give ear, give ear. Right here. Today's daily psalm, according to royal order, we have Psalm 80, the shepherd of Shalom again, shalom, Chavarrim. Here we have today's daily psalm. We have
Psalm 80. Give ear, O shepherd of Israel, thou that leadest Joseph like a flock, thou that dwellest between the cherubims, shine forth. Before Ephraim and Benjamin and Manasseh, stir up thy strength, and come and save us. Turn us again, O God, and cause thy face to shine, and we shall be saved. O Lord God of hosts, how long wilt thou be angry against the prayer of thy people? Thou feedest them with the bread of tears, and givest them tears to drink in great measure. Thou makest us a strife unto our neighbors, and our enemies laugh among themselves. Turn us again, O God of hosts, and cause thy face to shine, and we shall be saved. Thou hast brought a vine out of Egypt. Thou hast cast out the heathen, and planted it. Thou preparedst room before it, and didst cause it to take deep root, and it filled the land. The hills were covered with the shadow of it, and the boughs thereof were like the goodly cedars. She sent out her boughs unto the sea, and her branches unto the river. Why hast thou then broken down her hedges, so that all they which pass by the way do pluck her? The boar out of the wood doth waste it, and the wild beast of the field doth devour it. Return, we beseech thee, O God of hosts. Look down from heaven, and behold, and visit this vine, and the vineyard which thy right hand hath planted, and the branch that thou madest strong for thyself. It is burned with fire, it is cut down, they perish at the rebuke of thy countenance. Let thy hand be upon the man of thy right hand, upon the Son of Man whom thou madest strong for thyself. So will not we go back from thee. Quicken us, and we will call upon thy name. Turn, and we shall be saved, 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 we shall be saved.
Ayer Paneka, turn your face, turn your presence, your face, your person, your presence. Ayer Paneka, we're Niwashea, Vinivashea, we're not Niwashea. We will be Yeshua'd in a sense in Hebrew. Niwashea. We see verse 17 right there, just in the Medi right there, the Shir the Chabarim, as speaking of Moan Besazem Negeda Yehuda, Kadama Halasalasi, Negusa Neges Ethiopia, Siyum Xavier, where it says, Siyum Xavier, the elect of God, where it says, make thy hand be upon the man of thy right hand. With Ethiopia, Im Kush Zeyulad Sham, Zeyulad Sham. This was born there, on translation, this man was born there upon the Son of Man. Upon the Son of Man, the Ben Adam, the human being whom thou madest strong for thyself. So here we have the Ro'eh Yisrael, the shepherd of Yisrael psalm right here. Let's go through this as three main parts. Verses like 1 to 3, the people's cry, call out for help. In verses 5, or actually 4 to 7, the people's desperate flight. Verses 8 to 13, the contrast between the present and the past. Whu haya, whu howe, between the present, howe, and the past, haya, that which was. Then we have the concluding portion here, verses 14 to 19, the renewal of prayer. But here, the Shepherd of Israel psalm theme, the Ro'eh Yisrael. We had a meme, right? Let's see if we can find the meme right here and share this meme with you right here. Yeah, we had a meme for this. Is it in the, okay, yeah, we had to make sure we saved it 3 times. Right here, you see the shepherd, Ro'eh, in the Hebrew, Ro'eh Yisrael, Ro'eh Yisrael. shepherd of Israel. Hear us, Ro'eh Yisrael Hazina. You who led Joseph like a fly. You the I who seated enthroned between the cherubim, Kepraim, the cherubim, shine forth, like reveal yourself, shine forth. Interesting, the sense of shine forth, Hophia, like reveal yourself, show yourself. So right here, shepherd of Israel, today's daily psalm, Psalm 70. So here, just a kind of quick overview right here. It's a tefillah, a prayer for Israel's restoration, a prayer for Yahweh's vine, the vine. The previous psalm to this right here, right, the Ein Tet, right, we have the 79th psalm, and the words, we are thy people and the flock of thy pasture. It closes there. Then we begin here, Mizmor Peh. The 80th psalm begins with a cry, a call out to the Ro'eh Yisrael, the shepherd of Yisrael. Now, concerning the inscription, there's the inscription we have right here, La Menatziach El Shoshanim Edut Le Asaf Mizmor. So that's actually bringing out this right here, this part right here. You know how we do like to go through the overview right here. Let's compare the verses right here. So it's this part in the Hebrew right here. Let's highlight this part. This is the inscription, a little small type in the KJV Bibles. No, let's highlight this right here. Okay, give me one moment. Yeah, where it says La Menatziach. La, reading from right to left. La Menatziach, the chief musician, the overcomer, the Menatziach. La Menatziach. Le, for of Ha Menatziach. Le Ha Menatziach. All together in the biblical Hebrew, La Menatziach. La Menatziach. Le Ha, to the Menatziach. La Menatziach il, right? El Shoshanim. Now, Shoshanim is the lilies. So let's bring this part out right here. Just a quick note right here from the KND, right? The inscription. They translate this here from the Hebrew sense, possible sense here into the English as to be practiced after the lilies, the testimony. Now, the lily, as we pointed to before, and so to reveal the lily, is a direct connection with what the world calls the so-called six-pointed star. Just take a look. Seen, sight. La Menatziach illa Shoshanim Edut. Shoshanim, lilies, Edut of witness, of testimony. Le Asaf, of Asaf, for Asaf Mizmor, a psalm of Asaf. Now, some say it says Il Shoshanim. Now, Il Shoshanim, different than all Shoshanim. All, right, means like a pun, on. But here they say, some say it's a little bit, to some, they view it as unintelligible or ungrammatical, right? In other words, Il is like to, like towards, like I speak to, like, you know, Il Moshe, Yahweh Yomad Il Moshe, like he spoke to Moses, right? Or all, you know, Babel, you know, again, it's a pun, Babylon. So here, you see this part here, this is the part they're bringing out. You just briefly, they're not going to dwell on it, but just to note it right here, these two words, this one here is Il, pointed as Il, some say Al, right? But it's a slight Al, right? More correctly, Il Shoshanim, that part right there. Just highlight the whole thing right there. Okay, right? Like to such and such, towards, like towards the lilies, towards like to the lilies, right? So it's the chief musician to the lilies, right? The chief musician, the presenter to the lilies. Now, here it says, the hint that we have here is a boar, like a wild pig, the old time pigs, before they got a little more domesticated nowadays, kind of the boar. Boar is a wild pig. This is the emblem of Assyria. Remember, Assyria took the 10 northern tribes, Israel, into the captivity. And then Yosef, Hebraically, is like a byword, Hebraically speaking of the speaking of the 10 tribes, the northern tribes. That's why it says this hint is important. It solves the riddle of why Yosef represents all Israel, right? Especially the northern 10 tribes. Here, today's daily psalm, and why the tribes with Yosef in particular are mentioned, even in today's daily psalm, Psalm 80. And why in the midst of these, Benjamin, right? Benjamin, right? Ben, son, Yamin on the right hand, whom, like descended from Rachel and chagrin, never entirely overcome on account of the loss of the kingship, drew onwards, drew towards the brother tribes of Yosef. Moreover, the tribe of Benjamin, right, Benjamin had only partially, not fully, but partially remained to the Beit Dawid, to the house of David, since the division of the kingdom, right? So when the kingdom was divided. So, pointing to this particular psalm and the context of today's daily psalm, before we rise up to chant here, go through some highlights of the overview. So it's a prayer of Yisrael's restoration, the shepherd of Yisrael psalm, the Ro'eh Yisrael. Some say it's clear that in this prayer, tefillah, was offered in a time of national straits, anxiety, crisis, tightness, difficulty, trouble, tribulation. The exact circumstance is a matter of some dispute and discourse. There's three opinions concerning today's daily psalm that have been put forward. From that, a choice may be made. Firstly, that the psalm, Mizmor Peh, was composed in the Babylonian captivity. The writer prays not only for the return of his fellow Judeans, so not written at the time of Israel, the 10 tribes, but actually pointing to the time of the Babylonian captivity of the southern kingdom. And the writer here, and I praying for the return of the fellow Judeans, Judahites of the tribe of Judah, but also for their reunion with the 10 tribes that were taken by the Syrians early into captivity. Secondarily, the heading of the LXX in the Septuagint, the LXX, it says, a psalm concerning the Assyrians. This is accepted as the key, and also the LXX and the Metzaf Kedus of Negus and Neges. Also, we find that that heading right there, a psalm concerning the Assyrians. And the psalm, the Mizmor, is held to have originated just before the Assyrian captivity. The poet, the author, belonging, some say, to the northern kingdom. So some point it as being during the time of the northern kingdom. Others first, view is in the Babylonian captivity. It contains no reference, to a reunion between north and south. Thirdly, the psalmist lived in Judea, in the southern kingdom, before the Judean captivity, what's called the Babylonian captivity. And Tefillah, his prayer, is on behalf of the 10 tribes in exile. So others view the psalm based on the content and the meditation of it, that it was actually composed by one in the southern kingdom, who was praying, also on behalf of the other tribes that had got taken, 100 plus years earlier, between 100 to 200 years roughly earlier, The last view is adopted by many here. So we have the superscription, verses 1 to 3, The people's cry, the people's call out for help. So here, this is the Aleph verse, including the superscription. In the Hebrew, it's the first two verses, as we showed right up here, the first two verses. But the KJV will read this as the first verse. So verses 1 to 3, the people's cry out, they shout out. Laminat illa shoshanim aiduta le'asaf mizmor. Ro'eh Yisrael hazina. Nohega katzon Yosefa. Yosheb hakirubim. Hophiyah. Here. To the chief musician upon Shushan Edut, Ella Shushan Edut, a psalm of Asaph, Le Asaph, Mizmor. Give ear, O shepherd of Yisrael, thou that leadest Joseph like a flock.
Thou the eye that dwellest, ha kirubim, Hophiyah, the cherubim shine forth. Here, three main parts of this particular verse right here, the key verse, Aleph verse right here, which is Givir, O shepherd of Yisrael. First part, Ro'eh, Yisrael. Hophiyah, Slicha. I read the last part here. Let me read again. Ro'eh, Yisrael, Ha'azina. So first we have the Ha'azina. Ha'azina is azan, to listen, to hear, but it has a sense in the sense of ha'azina, to expand or to broaden the ear, like with the hand. You know, you put the hand behind the ear, to hear. So that's the sense right there, broaden the ear. Ha'azina, azin, right? The ear to listen, right? The ozen is the ear, the azin to listen, to broaden the ear. So it's like that gesture when you put your hand behind your ear to listen, to like lean in to listen to someone. That's the Hebrew verbal hieroglyph, the word picture right here. Just so one can see this right here is this part, these three words right here, right? These three words. Ro'eh Yisrael ha'azina. Ro'eh Yisrael ha'azina. Ha'azina, broaden the ear. So Ro'eh Yisrael, Ro'eh, shepherd, right? Elohim, ha-Elohim, to whom Yisrael is the flock of his pasture. We have Psalm 74, right, round about verse 1, right? Then we have Psalm 79, round about verse 12, verse 13. Yisrael is best to be understood in today's daily Psalm Mizmorpeh, as the whole nation, and not just the northern kingdom only, even though specifically after the division, it applies to the northern kingdom, right? So the next part of the verse right here, three parts of this verse is the breakdown right here. So when you're reading it like here, reading it just light right here, you see the first part, give ear, comma, O shepherd of Israel. That's a phrase, right, in the verse. Then the next part, thou that leadest Yosef like a flock, or the Hebrew, Nohega Katzon Yosef. Noheg Katzon, Noheg, the one who leadeth. Noheg Katzon, Ka, like tzon, like a flock. Noheg Katzon Yosef. Noheg Katzon Yosef. Thou that leadest, Noheg. So here we have this word from Nahag, right? Nahag, to drive, to lead, to guide, to conduct, right? In the sense of Noheg, the one who does this. Nahag, he led, he drove, he led, in that sense. Here, leadest, the tense is historic, in a sense, Noheg. So when we say Yahweh, he who be, from this verse in the Psalm, we can say he be ha Noheg. He be the one who leads. He be ha Nohega Katzon Yosef. He be the one who leads, right? Who leads like a flock, Yosef, who leads Joseph like a flock. But the sense of this is like historic. It's like reminiscent, so to speak. Yosef here is the northern kingdom after the division of the unified kingdom after Dawid and his son Shlomo, Solomon's time. The northern kingdom referred to as Joseph, about whose future the psalmist is very, very concerned right here. Next part of the verse right here, where it says, thou, the eye that dwellest, the cherubim shine forth. Now, the word between is not there. Here, the Hebrew right here, it says, Yosheb. Who he be? He who be ha Yosheb, ha Kirubim. He be the seater, right, of the Kirubim, right, the one who sits, Yosheb, ha Yosheb, the sitter, as he is ha Noheg, like the leader, the one who leadeth. Yosheb ha Kirubim, Hophiyah, shine forth. Some bring this out as thou who art enthroned upon the Kirubim, shine forth, right? Although we don't have upon in the verse nor between, right? So it's a little tighter sense of enthroned the Kirubim, right? So ha Kirubim, the Kirubim. Here we have cherubim, kirub from kirub, a singular, the double Kirubim,
right? The cherubim, the kiru, right? Now it's often guessed at what is the kiru, what were the kiru? We think etymologically there's a connection with the kephraim. Be that as it may, we'll build on that. The phrase right here also found in Psalm 18, around about verse 10, verse 11. The phrase is associated right here, this phrase in the first verse of today's daily Psalm 80, with the Aaron Habarit, the Aaron, the Ark Habarit, the covenant. We find first Shemuel, 1 Samuel chapter 4, verse 4, second Shemuel, 2 Samuel chapter 6, verse 2, that accompanied, remember the Aaron Habarit, the Ark of the Covenant, it accompanied Amo Yisrael, the people of Yisrael, in their journey, their trod through the Midbar, through the wilderness. Here, for the sense of shine forth, Hofiah, it's from Yafa. It's an Ain, so it's guttural. Yafa, right? Not to be confused with Yafeh and Yafa. There's Yafa, Fa, light A, and here the Ain, Yafa, right? Yafa, Hofiah, to shine forth. The sense of to shine forth, also a sense of to shoot, to like show yourself. Shine forth, show yourself. More on that can be connected with Psalm 50, the 50th Psalm, the first verse, right? Second verse, right there. So here, just moving forward, getting a groundation at the first, Aleph, Beit, and Gimel, first three verses, today's daily Psalm. Before Ephraim and Binyamin and Manasseh, stir up thy strength and come, save us, save I and I. Or the Hebrew sense of come for salvation to us. Lifnei Ephraim, Lifnei, before, in the face of Ephraim. Lifnei Ephraim, or Binyamin, and Binyamin, Binyamin and Benjamin. Manasseh and Manasseh. Orra. What is orra? Stir up, right? Stir up. Eta geburateka. Orra et geburateka. Stir up thy strength, thy gebura. Orra eta geburateka. Here we have to stir up from the or. Not to be confused with or. So there's or and there's or. There's or and or. Right here we have to rouse oneself. Orra, like rouse yourself, shake yourself, wake up yourself. You know, like triumph, be excited, be triumphant. You know, be aroused. Right, like wake up. Yeah, orra, like we would say orra. But here in the Hebrew, getting to like the root has like an idea like the opening of the eyes. Orra, right? And you stir yourself and you wake up. You know, when you wake up, open your eyes and shake yourself and get yourself up. This is the sense of it. Lifnei Ephraim Binyamin Manasseh. Orra et gebrateka. Stir up thy strength. Stir up thy strength. Ulaka, u and leka. We say leka dodi, leka, leka, right? In the sense of come, right? The sense of come, go, like the sense of coming or going in the sense, right? Here from the sense of this yalak, right? To go, to walk in the sense of to come. Uleka, li shu'ata, le yeshu'ata. Li shu'ata lanu, and save us and rescue us, Yeshua, right? Li shu'ata, right? And save us and rescue us, right? Give us the victory, give us prosperity, give us saving help. So first thing here, we have Ephraim, Binyamin, and Manasseh. Who do we have? Ephraim, Benjamin, and Manasseh. These three. They were united These three, why these three here? Why Ephraim, Benjamin, and Manasseh? Because they were united by common descent from Rachel, the matriarch, Rachel, who is regarded as the ancestress of the northern kingdom, or we could say like the 10 tribes. Accordingly, Jeremiah chapter 31, verse 15, represents her, Rachel, Rachel, as weeping for her children, or more directly, weeping for her sons, Ephraim, Benjamin, and Manasseh. Manasseh. These are the tribes carried off by Assyria. Benjamin must be reckoned to the northern kingdom to make up the 10 tribes. For Simeon had become merged in Yehuda and is not counted. The principal Benjamite towns, what were the principal Benjamite towns? Bethel, Gilgal, and Jericho or Jericho. They belong to the northern kingdom. In Numbers, Bamidbar, in Numbers chapter 2, verse 18, these three tribes, Ephraim, Benjamin, and Manasseh, are mentioned as encamping together on the western side. Orah, stir up, orah, awaken, arouse. This is as though, the context of this Hebraically is as though Ha-Elohim might have been dormant, right? Not we say sleep, but in a metaphorical sense, yes, right? Orah, like wake up yourself, rouse up yourself, stir it up, stir up yourself. So right here we have the Beit verse, Lifnei Ephraim uBenyamin uManasseh, Orah et gubrateka, uleka liyeshuata lanu. Le'anu, le for anu, for us, lanu, uleka, li shu'ata, lanu. Right here. So here, bringing it to the Gimel, Gamel, the third verse, Abaga, Aleph, Beit, Gimel. Turn us again, O Elohim, creator, judge, and cause thy face to shine, and we shall be saved. Elohim, Hashebeinu, we ha'er paneka, we niwashea, we and niwashea, niwashea, and we shall be saved with niwashea. This verse here. What do we have here? Here we have a refrain. In fact, if you just scroll ahead and see the fulfillment verse, that fulfillment verse, is like it's a build on this particular verse right here. All right. So here. Oh Elohim, restore us. It says, turn us again. Elohim, Hashibei anu, Hashibeinu, shuv. Turn us. A sense of turn us, to restore us, right? Turn us back, right? Turn us from evil, restore. There we go, the sense, right? Restore, refresh, repair us, right? Elohim, Hashibeinu, Hashib, anu for us, suffix, right? Hashibeinu, restore us. Now, this recurs in the 7th and the 19th verse. So we can call this like the chorus line for today's daily psalm, the Shepherd of Israel psalm, Psalm 80, Mizmor Peh, right? This is the refrain. So we have it occur here in the 3rd verse, and again in the 7th verse, then in the 19th verse, right? Elohim Hashibeinu, we're ha'er, right? And cause thy face to shine, or to shine, ha'er, right? Here we go, ha'er, from the word or. Or is like light, to become light, the verb. Or can be the noun, light, and or, also in the Hebrew, is the verb, right? So here, to become light, right? So here it says, but this now is being used as a verb in a more intensive form of to become light, in the sense of to shine. We're ha'er, right? So here we have it, the Hefil sense, like to give light, to lighten, right? To make shine, right? We're ha'ir, the he feel sense of the or. So or as a verb, putting into the he feel sense, ha'ir, or ha'ir, we're ha'ir, and shine paneka, and shine the eye face, with niwashe'a, with niwashe'a. So the sense of restore. This is reminiscent of Ephraim's prayer. Ephraim has a prayer, right? In Jeremiah chapter 31, verse 18. Jeremiah chapter 31, verse 18. Turn thou me, and I shall be turned. So Ephraim prays in Jeremiah 31 and 18. Turn thou I, and I shall be turned. Amplified later into turn thou to us, to I and I. Turn thou I and I to the I, O Yahweh, and we shall be turned. Renew our days as of old. We have this in Lamentation, Aicha, right? Lamentations chapter 5, verse 21. From the root is derived the Hebrew really just or righteous key word. From the root, right? The shu, hashibeinu. We get teshuba, right? Making that 180 from the straight way to Yahweh, that repentance, that turn, that metanoia, that change of mind to say, right? The appeal for, right, Ha Elohim and to Ha Elohim is to help the exiled tribes, the 10 tribes to do teshuba, to repent as the essential. This is the essential preliminary to their restoration. There could be no restoration without a repentance. Elohim Hashibeinu. Oh, judge, creator, judge, Elohim Hashibeinu. Turn I and I. And we're Ha'ir Paneka, and shine the eye male face. We're Ha'ir Paneka, Faneka, and shine your face, cause your face to shine. We have this as well in Psalm 4, round about verse 6, verse 7, also in Numbers, right? In Numbers chapter 6, verse 26, right here. We're Ha'ir Paneka, with Niwashea, and we shall be saved. We shall be saved. We are saved. We will be saved. Niwashea, right? Coming from that Yeshua, right? And Yasha root. So right here, this brings us to the next section right here, the people's desperate plight, right? Verses 4 to 7. Then we have verses 8 to 13, right? The contrast between the present and the past, right? And then in the seal up, the renewal of the prayer, 14 to 19, to seal up today's daily psalm right here. Going to just light on a couple of areas right here, but kind of just overview this, getting a groundation in the first 3 verses, today's daily psalm, according to royal order, right here, coming in from the cold. Here, Elohim Hashibeinu, we're Ha'ir Paneka, we're Newashea, or Elohim, restore I and cause thy face to shine. Ha'ir Paneka, and we, I shall be saved, we shall be Yeshua. We're Niwashea.
מזמור פה, לנצח אל השושנים, עדותה לאסף המזמור, רואי ישראל, האזין, נוהג כצאן יוסף, יושב הקרובים, הופיעה, לפני אפרים ובנימין, ומנשה עוררה את גבורתך,
ulka liyeshuataha lanu Elohim hishrin وحير بانكا وين وشاء يهوى إلهيم الصبوت آدم تايا أشانتا ديتا فيلاتا أميكا هيكالتا ملخم ديم واتا شكيمو ديا دمو أوتا شالي سيمينو مادونا ليش خنين وعيبينو يلعقوا اللام إلهيم صبوتا هشرينو وحير بانكا وين وشيا كفنا من رئيم تاسيا تيزاريش قويم واتيتا ايها تينتا ليا فانيها واتاشريشا شراشيا wata mal'e aret tinita lefaneha wata sharesha sharasheha wata mal'e aret kasu harima sila wa nafeha harzel tishalaka ireha ad yam illa nahara yona koteha lama paratta gedereha aruha kola of dareka yikar semena khzira miyara waziza sadaya yirena Elohim Tzvaota Shubna Habeta Nishmaim Ur'e Ufukot Gefen Zota Wekana Shira Nat'aha Yimineka Allah ben Imatztah lak Rufa Baisha Kesuha Mia Daerata Paneka Yobedu Tehia Yadeka Allah Isha Yemineka Allah Denadama Imatala Ulo Nasoga Mimeka Tehayenu Ubashimeka Nikra Yahowa Ya Elohim Tzvaota Hashvenu Hayra Paneka Ni washe
Psalm 80. Give ear, O shepherd of Israel, thou that leadest Joseph like a flock, thou that dwellest between the cherubims, shine forth. Before Ephraim and Benjamin and Manasseh, stir up thy strength, and come and save us. Turn us again, O God, and cause thy face to shine, and we shall be saved. O Lord God of hosts, how long wilt thou be angry against the prayer of thy people? Thou feedest them with the bread of tears, and givest them tears to drink in great measure. Thou makest us a strife unto our neighbors, and our enemies laugh among themselves. Turn us again, O God of hosts, and cause thy face to shine, and we shall be saved. Thou hast brought a vine out of Egypt. Thou hast cast out the heathen, and planted it. Thou preparedst room before it, and didst cause it to take deep root, and it filled the land. The hills were covered with the shadow of it, and the boughs thereof were like the goodly cedars. She sent out her boughs unto the sea, and her branches unto the river. Why hast thou then broken down her hedges, so that all they which pass by the way do pluck her? The boar out of the wood doth waste it, and the wild beast of the field doth devour it. Return, we beseech thee, O God of hosts. Look down from heaven and behold, and visit this vine, and the vineyard which thy right hand hath planted, and the branch that thou madest strong for thyself. It is burned with fire. It is cut down. They perish at the rebuke of thy countenance. Let thy hand be upon the man of thy right hand, upon the Son of Man whom thou madest strong for thyself. So will not we go back from thee. Quicken us, and we will call upon thy name. Turn us again, O Lord God of hosts. Cause thy face to shine, and we shall be saved.
Amen, amen, amen. So right there, just riding through the psalm, not the full psalm right there, and that dub right there. But here, just gonna touch on a few areas right here, today's daily psalm, because I don't want to rush through, but just zoom in. So we have verses 4, right? And verse 4 right here. Now, here we'd like to just make a connection here with this Torah reading and feeding here, the fourth, right? Verse 4, right? This fourth sabbatical study right here with the revelation of Yahweh, the appearance, the close encounter. We see the Hebrew triunity, these three mortal men, these three men, and amongst one of these three speaks as Yahweh, he who be, we be. So the revelation of the Hebrew Trinity right here, and the name, the phrase that we have right here, Yahweh Sebaot, the whole Sebaot, modern Hebrew Sebaot, Sebaot, in the ancient pointing Sebaot, host, right? Host, right here. So here, interestingly enough, right here, in this verse right here, where it says, O Lord, Yahweh, Elohim of hosts, right? Here we have Yahweh, Elohim, Sebaot, he who be who he be, the creator, right? The judge, the almighty power of hosts of armies. Sava, right? Sabah, right? That which goes out, forth army to war. One of the sentences right there. Also, the sun, the moon, and the stars are also referred to as Sabah, creation as Sabah. The hosts are like the angels as Sabah. In a military camp of one-to-one. It's almost like co-laborers working together. Working together, like co-laborers can also be a Sabah, right? In that warfare, that service, going out to war, also used in a service sense, right? Yahweh Elohim Sebaot Admatai Asita Bi Tefilat Ameka. So this is the verse we have right here. Yahweh Elohim Sebaot, Yahweh Elohim Sebaot. How long? Admatai Asita. How long? Or literally in the Hebrew, until when? Ad, like until, going on. Matai, when, going on to when. How long? Asita. Right. Slika. I said Asita, but same letters, but we're actually Ashanta, right? So I'm misreading the sheen, right, as a scene. Slicha li, right? Is this word right here, the word for angry, Ashan, right? Ashan, right? Here, Ashanta, again. Yahweh Elohim Tsebaot, he who be Elohim of hosts, of armies. Admatai, until when? How long? Admatai, Ashanta, be Tefilat Ameka, be against, upon Tefilat, the prayer of Ameka. So Ashan, right? Ashanta. The eye has smoked. The eye was wroth. So the sense of to be, right, be smoked, right, smoked, right, be smoked, against. So he's given, he smoked against, right, the prayer, upon the prayer of thy people. So the key right here is the reference to he who he be as the Elohim of Sebaot, right? The sense of the God of hosts. So in the three mortal men visiting the Beit Abraham, right? Abraham addresses all of them as Adonai, right? They speak, but then the he speaks, and then the he that speaks becomes a he who he be that engages the conversation, and the other two, right, go forth, right, as men, but then in the next chapter they are themed messengers, right, in the Mala'ach sense, taking out that spooky angel thing, but nowhere in chapter 18. So we can almost say that here we also have like the Yahweh Sebaot, right, kind of revelation. It says Yahweh and he who he be. So the connection to Hebrew Trinity, we're pointing to this phraseology, Lord of hosts, or here in the sense of Psalm Mizmor Fe, Yahweh Elohim Sebaot. Yahweh Elohim Sebaot, Admatai, Ashanta, Bia Tefilata, Ameka. Here. So what do we have here? We have in Psalm 59, round about verse 5, verse 6, this phraseology, Yahweh Elohim Sebaot, Yahweh Elohim Sebaot, right? Also in Psalm 24, round about verse 9, verse 10. But to the question right here, right? To the question, because this is the people's desperate plight, this section right here, verses 4 to 7, right? Now calling on, first it calls on he who be in the beginning of today's daily Psalm 80, right? Mizmor Fe, as Ro'eh Yisrael, as the shepherd of Yisrael, right? Then we get to verse 3 as Elohim, right? Judge, creator. And now here the full Shem, Yahweh, he who be, Elohim, right? Creator, judge, right? Of Sebaot, of hosts. And remember we pointed out how host has an interesting, in one sense, it's those who go forth, right? In a concerted mission, like co-laborers, collaborators. I mean, the army, that's what the army really is, right? They go forth as on one mission, right? Warfare in this context, right? Host, but it's also host organized, an organized body of co-laborers, right? Hosts. Also, we have the hosts of the Malakim, of the angels. The sun, moon, and stars are referred to as hosts, in that kind of three sense: sun, moon, and the stars, and the whole creation as hosts. Those who go out to war, but also check those who do service, right? Those who do service in the heavens, and those Beta Yisrael who's supposed to do service here on earth, right? So right here, right? How long is the question? Ad matai. How long will thou be angry against the prayer of thy people? Ad matai. But how long will you smoke? Ashanta, Ashan. Right? So we have the Ashan, to smoke, right? Right? To also to be angry, to be wroth, right? So it's like a twofold sense, literally or figuratively, to smoke. So literally something to smoke, or one smoking in that sense, being angry, right? About to give them that smoke. Because I'll take all that smoke. Admatai, Ashanta, Bitafilata, Ameka, against a tefilat. When we say tefilat, that's like the prayer of. Tefilat is prayer. But as a constructive, to connect prayer with thy people, to say, in translation, the prayer of thy people, the ta was added. Be a tefilat ameka, against the tefillah of thy people. How long? Is not petulant and patience, is not petulant and patience, but hope deferred. It's the hope deferred that makes the heart sad. And those sick at heart, still cleaving to Yahweh Elohim Sabaoth, and remonstrating for long protracted calamities. Like how long? These things keep going on and on and on and on. Admatai Ashanta Be tefilat ameka. How long? Admatai, 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 admatai. Ashanta. Literally, you smoke, right? To say in the sense of you're angry, you're wroth. As we have in Psalm 74, right? Psalm 74, the very first verse, right? Be tefilat ameka, against the tefillah, the prayer. The idea here may be expressed even in Lamentations of Jeremiah, Lamentation 3:44. Thou hast covered thyself with a cloud. Here, the sense of cloud, Hebraically brings out the sense of like smoking wrath. Thou hast covered thyself with a cloud so that no prayer can pass through. All right, so there's like a firewall, but here's like a cloud. Right, the sense of smoking wrath. So we have Lamentations that give us a good context to this verse right here. Ad matai, how long? Ashanta b'tefilat, against the prayer of Ameka. Lamentations 3:44, thou hast covered thyself with a cloud, right? That smoke, that cloud, so that no prayer, so that what? No tefillah, no prayer can pass through. Alternately, the preposition, right, be tefillah, the preposition can signify notwithstanding, right? Notwithstanding, right? Instead of against thy people, right? But here, just going through some of these verses right here in this section, just get through this section right here, right? Thou feedest them with the bread of tears and givest them tears to drink in great measure. Tears to drink in great measure, right? The bread of tears. Other Psalms bring it out. Psalm 42, verse 3, Psalm 102, round about verse 9, verse 10. In large measure, where it says right here, in great measure, in the great measure. Now, the great measure here is a shalish. Shalish, shalish. All right, we have shalish right here. Shalish. Here, ekaltam alechem dim'ah. Thou feedest them. Ekaltam. He ekaltam. The I feedest tam, them. Ekaltam lechem, bread, dim'ah, bread of tears, bread, dim'ah, lechem, dim'ah, right? Wa tashak e moabiyah de ma'ot shalish, and giveth them to tears to drink. Why? Tashkemo, you cause them to drink, right? You cause them to drink. Why? Tashkemo, be by way of or in bima'ot, tears, shalish. So when it says like in great measure, right? Tears in great measure, right? It uses the term shalish. Shalish right here, the shalish, the third Trinity, third sense right here, great. So three in the Hebrew sense often carry like great, like three to the third was like to the most, to the umph in this context, right? When it says great, large measure, right? And because the measure of an ephah, some say it might be the ephah, the Hebrew measurements and the commodities tabernacle-wise, the ephah. Again, we only have this kind of phrase like this, the shalish, right? Again, in Yeshaya, in Isaiah chapter 40, round about verse 12. Chapter 40, verse 12. Goes us on the verse by verse here, right? Thou makest us a strife to our neighbors, and our enemies laugh. And our enemies laugh. They laugh amongst themselves. Right? In other words, bringing out, thou makest us a strife to our neighbors, and our enemies mock as they please. The enemies, they mock as they please. Strife, an object of strife, in that neighboring nations, other peoples fight to seize Israel's land. Right? So make us a madon, right, is contention. Right? Contention. Right? Strife. Right? Object of strife, contention. Right? From the sense of deen and doom. Deen and doom, to judge, to contend, to act as a judge, to deen and doom, to judge. So this is an interesting context,
right? An object of Madon, right? That the neighboring nations, they fight, right, to seize the Beta Israel's land. And they mock, right? They mock as they please at the people's distress, right? Or laugh, la'ag. La'ag is not sahak. Sahak is laugh, but la'ag, la'ag. What's a la'ag is like to mock. You know, like you mock somebody to scorn, like mock, right? Mock. It can have a sense of to stammer, to mock. Yeah. You know, like this way people do. You know how people do when they mock, right? Derision, deride, to speak unintelligibly, right? This is like to mock them, right? Mock at the people's distress. Now, here, we have these two verses. Once again, the chorus. You see the chorus comes again. Turn us again. But this time, not Yahweh Elohim Sebaot. What do we have right here? Elohim Sebaot Hashebeinu. We'ha'er paneka. We'niwashea. Right? We'niwashea. Right, so here we have the chorus line to kind of end this particular section. The chorus line repeated. Check the chorus line right here. Now to the next section, just to run through right here. We have verses 8 to 13. The contrast between the present and the past. Thou hast brought a vine out of Mitzrayim. Thou hast cast out the heathen and planted it. Right now, when we was reading it in the audibles here, we kind of emphasize, like, for example, thou didst pluck up a vine out of Egypt, Gefen mi Mitzrayim tasiyah. Gefen mi Mitzrayim, Gefen mi Mitzrayim tasiyah. Thou didst drive out the nations, and what just happened right there? It went off. Was this on? Okay, yeah. Plantis, okay, right there. This is the verse we're at. I don't know what just happened right there. Yeah. Looking at the scripts right here. Okay, this verse here, thou didst drive out, it says, thou didst cast out the heathen and planted her. So in the Hebrew, tigaresh goyim, you did drive out, right, or cast out, but it's an interesting word, the garash, to drive out, to expel. It's also a word that's used for to divorce, right? Garash, to drive away, to drive out, right? You did drive out. You did expatriate. Excuse me, not repatriate, but expatriate or to divorce, right? So here in the Hebrew, it says, Te garesha goyim. You did drive out the other nationalities. Wa tita eha and tita eha. So when it says it's really plantis her, right? You did cast out the other nations, the goyim, right? And did tita eha. You did tita eha. You did plant her. What do we have here? Pluckest up a vine, right? Some bring this out as pluckest up a vine out of Egypt. The Geffen, right? Geffen right here. Some think this as Yahweh's vine. Today's daily Psalm 80, the shepherd of Israel Psalm, the Geffen. What is Geffen? It's a vine, right? I am the vine. I'm the Geffen. Geffen, the Geffen, right? Also of the stars fading at Yahweh's judgment, right? When we look in the scriptures, right? Prosperity, Geffen, right? Geffen, right? The sense of bending is in the root sense. The vine, as twining, how the vine goes around. The grapevine, the vine, right? Thou broughtest a vine, Geffen mi Mitzrayim, out of Egypt, tasiyah. You Nassau. You pulled them out. So we have Nasa to lift up, and here we have Nassau, like to pull out, to pull up, right? To set forward, right? This is also used sometimes when we move on the march, to pull up, when pull up.
like especially the tent pins when we're starting the journey. You know, in the camp, right, in the wilderness, when the cloud, right, would lift up, right, and start to move. That's when they got the ark together, and then it was time to pull up stakes, right? So this is the sense of Tosia. You cause them to pull up, right? Broadest a vine, pulled up a vine, right? The verb, the same verb as we have in Psalm 78, round about verse 51, verse 52. Yaakov compared Joseph. Remember the patriarch Jacob compared his son Joseph to a fruitful vine in Psalm 49, verse 22. And the vine is a common figure, an idiom for Yisrael, for Israel. For example, Hosea chapter 10, verse 1, Isaiah chapter 5, verse 1, Jeremiah chapter 2, verse 21. The vine, Hagefen, the Geffen, was the emblem of the nation on the coins of the Maccabean period. So in seeing the recovered coins during the Maccabean period, you'll see that the symbol for Yisrael and, was the Geffen, was the vine. And in the colossal cluster of golden grapes that overhung the porch of the second temple. Now it said that the second temple, the 70 AD temple, right, had a colossal, big, right, cluster of golden grapes that overhung the porch of the second temple. So this is also now very interesting because remember Yeshua, where did Yeshua Rabbeinu teach often? He taught often, right, on the porch. That's what's we call Solomon's porch in the Brit Chadash, the New Testament scripture. The porch right there, right? Drive out and plant. So he drove them out and he planted her. He planted, you say, Yisrael, he planted her, right? Here, verse 9, thou didst prepare room before her, right? Preparing room before her, right? Panita. Oh, no. Okay, here we go. Drive out the nations. Here we go. Verse 9. Panita lifaneha. Panita. You did what? You pana. You turned her. Right? There's a sense of turn. It's also the root word for face. Right? And in the Trinity, the Hebrew Trinity sense, it's the proper word for person. When they say there's three persons, it's actually from this word that's the word for face. Better interface, but here in the sense of preparest, right? You preparest before her, right? Panita, the I, male preparest, le faneha, fane, her face, the face, ha, of her, before her, for her face. Panita le faneha. So I know it's the same root, but it's being used it's a Hebrew poetry. Panita le faneha. Fanita lefaneha, panita lefaneha. Wa tashreisha shara sheha. And this cause it to take deep. To take what? To take deep root. Right? Sheresh. When we talk about Hebrew roots, we say the shoresh, the roots of words, but here the sense of sheresh. Sheresh, shoresh. The root, the bottom, right? The root, right? A deep root, sharash. So we have sharash, the verb, and sharesh, right? Sharash and sharesh in the phrase watashresh, the verb, watashresh, sharasheha, right? Her, right? Her, we can say her roots, and it filled the land. Watemale, and she felt, Watemale aretz, and she felt the land, right? These roots, deep roots, rooted up, right there. So you declare a place, the sense of prepare a place, you declare a place, turn a place, prepare a place. As the vine grow up, it says the vine
right? You know, the vine, husbandman, the vine, right? Here, prepare the soil, right? Proverbs, right? Not Proverbs, but actually, it is the proverb of Proverbs, but Matthew chapter 13. For all the disciples, really study Matthew chapter 13, understanding, you know, the proverb, right? Understanding the word, right? The two truths of the Hebrew word, and preparing, you know, where it says good ground, right? Some brought forward the seed, fell on different kind of ground, but on one ground, right? On the other grounds, it was unfruitful, right? But on the good ground, the prepared soil for the vine, by removing the stones. So literally, that's what one would do as they're preparing, like, you know, for a vine, you know, a new land. They got to prepare the land, take away the stones. So Yahweh Eloheinu, he made Canaan, the Anu, Africanite land, free of those inhabitants for the settlement of the Beit Yisrael, for the settlement of the Beit Israel. The hills were covered with the shadow of her. So the of it is actually of her, and the boughs thereof were like goodly cedars, or in the Hebrew, they were like the cedars of God. Kamo harima tzilah. The mountains were covered with the shadow, the tzilah, the selaha, the shadow of her sel, right? The word for shadow right there is sel, right? Silah. Kamoa harim, kasu harima silah. Kasu harim silah. The mountains were covered with the shadow of her. Kasu harim silah. Wa anafeha. Her anaf. Remember we had Sukkot? The bows. Anaf. We had the anaf. Here we have anafeha. Her anaf. What is her anaf? Her bows, her branches. Wa anafeha. Arze'el. So here they say goodly. Look what the KJV has. Goodly cedars. The Hebrew says arze'el. So we have El for good, God. You know, look at the etymology in the English. You have God, G-O-D, then good, G-O-O-D. But here they translate sort of I won't say a false translation, but it's not really fully full, right? This is like the mighty cedars or the God trees, the God cedars, because there's Arze from Arez, right? Arze, the cedars of El. Right, the cedars of God, right, the cedars of power, the cedars of strength, the mighty cedars, right. So it can be the mighty cedars as well in the Hebrew sense, the God cedars. So the mountain land, this is the mountain land right here, as we have in Psalm 78, 54, 53, 54, Psalm 78, 53, 54. The mountain land as the mountains round about Jerusalem. Mighty cedars, literally, as we mentioned, is the cedars, right? As it says right here, the Hebrew, Arze El, the Arze, cedars of the Almighty, the mighty cedars of God. That also may mean that the cedars that are planted by him. The verse describes the overrunning of the entire country by the Beta Israel, the B'nai Yisrael, by the Israelites, Yisraelim, Chaverim, from the hilly region in the south, the Negev, to Lebanon, to Lebanon, with their cedars. The cedars were the cedars of Lebanon, the cedars that were in the north. So it's like running from south to north, right here. Remember, we're in the second section right here, right? The contrast between the present and the past. Here, verse 11, she sent out her bows, right? She sent out her, notice the bows here is the katzir, harvesting. So you see the translation would be the same word, but it's not always the same underlying word, right? She sent out her bows, or more better. She sent out her branches. Tishalach, Itzireha,
Tishalach Kitzireha Ad Yam. Ad going on to Yam. The Yam going on to the sea. Tishalach Kitzireha Ad Yam. Sent out branches to the sea and sent out her. Oh, now you see they have it like see how they have the translation. Here we have Yoneket. Yoneket. Yoneket is a young plant. Yoneket. Yoneket. So a sprout. So look at the KJV translation. This here we say is a little bit better, right? Right here, she sent out her branches to the sea and her shoots to the river. Her shoots to the river. Tishalach kitzereha ad yam. We'il nahar. We and il to nahar and to the river Yonakoteha. Yonakoteha. Her shoots from Yoneket. Yoneket is a singular shoot. Yonaketeha, the shoots of Ha. Her young plant. Her young shoots. Right? Her young shoots. Right there. What do we have here? The two remaining points of the compass are here mentioned. So when you read these verses here, what we get is like you remember when Abraham was told to look north and south and east and west. These is like the sign of the cross, the cardinal points of the Tav, right? The Tav, right? Up, right, and down, north and south, east from low degrees, high degrees to west, right? Remember, the tabernacle was pointed from an east to west. So that means that if we were in the tabernacle or the temple praying over in the land, our back would be to the east. Once we're over there, we don't look to the east in prayer. We have our back to the east. The sun got our back, right? But we don't look to it. We look to the west. Check. So that was the orientation. The ark was in the western portion. So Abraham was told to basically, in a sense, make a sign of the Tav, make a sign of the Tav, make a sign of the Hebrew cross, right? Look up, look down, north and south and east and west. So here in these verses here is the directions. Remember, we told the mighty cedars, right? Talking about from the south to the north to the south, south to the north. And now this is the two remaining points of the compass are here mentioned. The Mediterranean was on the west. The Mediterranean, the Middle Earth, the Sea of the Middle Earth, called the Mediterranean, was on the west. And the Euphrates was on the east. We have this as well in Psalm 72, around about verse 7, verse 8. So these verses, they are, speaking a narrative, but then there's also another message, right? That both of them being true. Why hast thou broken down her hedges, so that all they that pass by the way, do pluck her. Here. Why hast thou broken down her fences? Lama paratsta gedereha, gederei, her gedders, gederei, the fence walls, gedereha, her fence walls, gedereha, her circumvallation, her enclosure is broken down. Lama, for what? Why? Lama paratsta, parats, that you parets, you break through. Paratsta, the eye has broken through. Lama paratsta gedereha, broken down her hedges, so that all they that do what? Pass by the way. Abar, the root of the Hebrew sense to pass over, cross over. All the passers-by that pass by the way, they pluck. They grab something for themselves. They pluck. It's like you got knocked down. All you had a bunch of say packages. You got knocked down. Anybody who's passing by just take something. Right here, lama paratsta gidareha, where aruha kola obreya darek, where aruha call ober, all the obers, the passerby, obre, the passes of the darek, the passes of the way, right? All that passed the way right there. The fences,
the Gadir, right? Where it says Gadareha, her fences set up to protect the vine. So imagine, remember, the still sentence about the Getha and the vine. So you have this vine, right? And you have these fences that's there, right? But it gets broken down. What's going to happen to your vine, right? So the fences were set up, Gadareha, set up to protect the vine against the trespassers, right? This is comparable to the frontiers, the borders, the border security, the frontiers that are the country's natural defenses, Here, pushing through right here. So we can get to this last section. Got like 4 verses in the last section. Liku Batalawa, right here. The boar, the wild pig, right? The boar out of the wood doth waste her, and the wild beast of the field doth devour her, does eat her. Wild beast, right here. Yekarsemena chazir miyar, from the ya'ar. Now, here when it says the wood is the ya'ar, miyar. It's the forest. Not just the wood like wood, but it's like the thick, the thickened parts, the woods, the woods, right? The bushes, the forest, the thick part of the verdure, right here. Here it says, Yekarsemena, right? Karsem, from karsem, to tear apart. Not just to tear, but to tear apart, to ravage, right? To lay waste. So here it says, Yekarsemena, right? It ravages her. She is ravaged, right? Yekarsemena, chazir. What's the word for boar? Not the regular word. Well, this is the chazir, the hog, the swine, but the boar, the chazir, the wild boar, the chazir, right? The boar, right? The chazir. So what do we have right here? Wild animals gnaw the grapes. They eat the vine. So it's like in Israel to this vine, but when the protection was busted down, the wild animals symbolizing the other, the Goyim, the Gentiles, right? The League of Gentiles, of Nations, the United Goyim, Gentiles, the wild animals, they gnaw the grapes and the tender shoots, so that the land has been desolated, become desolate by the enemy, and the wild beasts of the field. So here, remember we were touching on the Zuzim? Interesting. Here it says, Wazuz Sadai. So we can prove a couple of points here. Wazuz Sadai Yer'ena. Wazuz Sadai Yer'ena. And that which moveth in the field feedeth on it. So KJV says wild beast, but actually we get the word Z's. Remember the Zuzim? Touched on that in Genesis chapter 14. The 4 kings versus the 5, and all those eames, the Rephaim, the Zuzim, the Amim. Who are these eames, right? Here the Z's, the moving creatures, right? The moving creatures, right? The Z's. It says Z's, and the Z's, Sadai, and the Z's of the Sadai, and the moving creatures of the Sadai. Here, Sadai, also Sadeh, is the field. This is the usual word for plain, right? Went to the plains of Mamre, and we showed you that it really means the trees. So here's the usual word for plain, right? As opposed to a mountain. The mountain's the high land, then you have the flat land. That's what I said, the earth is not flat, right? But we get the point. It's a plain, right? Here, opposed to the mountain, the highlands, right? The extraterrestrial. Remember, terra means earth. So terrestrial, extra earth, right? Extra earth, right? That's the mountains. Originally, out in outer space, that's the celestial. Be that as it may, this is like the flat field, right? The Sadai, right? So all that moves on the Sadai, Yer'ena. They ra'ah. Yer'ena, they pasture. They feed, right? They feed, right? That which moves in the field, And the Hebrew is the same as the wild beasts of the field from like we have in Psalm 50, round about verse 10, verse 11, right there. So that was a retrospect. All right, just for continuity purposes, just want to go through that there, the contrast between the present, right, and the past, what he had done in the past. And I always like to say, well, you've done all this for us, and how you did this for us. But now look at it now. Here for the seal up here. Today's daily psalm right here. Here with the 14th verse. Now this section in Mizmor Pei, right? In fact, what we like to do right here is just go through a little bit more of a detail because we like to bring out a point that we touched on, and here we have the psalm here to touch on it. First things first, this section may be seen renewal of prayer, verse 14 to verse 19. Return, we beseech thee, O God of hosts. All right, here we have this Elohim Sebaot Shuvna. Elohim Sebaot Shuvna. Elohim Sebaot Shuvna. Oh, Elohim of hosts of armies. You see in this like a power of the Trinity sense, right? Check. Elohim Sebaot Shuvna. Shuv. What is Shuv? Shuv is turn, return. Shuv, turn back. Right? The sense is we're going through all of this because his face is not shining on us. We acting his face is shining like he turned his back. You know, it's like turn his back. You know, like you're appealing to the boss to have mercy, right? But the killers, the hitters are there. And when the boss turned his back, he turned his head. No, look at me. No, please look at me. Because you know that it's gonna be good for you. You know what I mean? But here we're now begging that he turn, right? Return, right? Elohim Sebaot Shuvna. We beseech. We beg the I. The begging part is the na. Shuvna. It's not really a word. It's like a particle. Like, come on now. Shuvna. Elohim spoke. Shuvna. Habeta mishamayim. Ore. Look down. Right? Look down from the heavens. Mishamayim. Habet. It's not just look down, but nabat, regard. It has a sense of to scrutinize. Look upon this scan. We're asking Elohim Sabaoth to scan the scene. Scan Mishamayim from the heavens. Habeta Mishamayim, to scan, to regard, right? To regard with pleasure, to regard with favor, regard with care, right? Habeta Mishamayim. And Re'eh. They have the whole from Re'eh. Right? This is Re'eh. Right? Re'eh. I know they have Ra, but Ra. It's like it's light A. Ra. Right? Re'eh. To see. So we say Ure. U and Re'eh. And see. It's like a command. Re'eh. As I say to a man to see something. Re'eh. And see, ore, right? Ure, habet mishamayim, ore. Behold and see what? Why? Ufkod, gefen zot, ufkod, and do what? And pakad, to visit, ufkod, and visit gefen, right? Vine, right? Geffen, zot. Vine, zot. So when we say zot, this, to say this vine, right? The this would not precede it. We won't say zot geffen, that's English, but we'll say geffen zot. Vine this, to say this vine, right? Ufkod geffen zot. And be mindful, visit, right? This is a major word, fakad right here, right? Attend to, right? Right? To visit, right? Visit this vine. Return and look, right? Return, shuv, habet, scan, look intently, ore, see, right? Fikod, fikod, and visit. Right here. The Hebrew idiom is like look again, right? Look again, take a double take. It's like take a double take, right? These words that kind of seem similar, like in English, like look down, right? But when we get into the Hebrew sense of habet, to regard, pay attention to, right? Like how Strong's bringing out the scan, to look intently, right? Look intently upon our situation from heaven. It's almost like the Enochian view. You know, the Enochian view, get the full picture of what's going on right here to the next verse right here, right here to the 8th verse, right? And, right, the vineyard that thy right hand. So it says, do what? Visit the what? Be mindful of this vine, right? Visit this vine, fikod, gefen zot, right? Ooh, and it continues, and the vineyard, right? And the vineyard, right? With kana asher nata'ah yemineka, and the vineyard. Now they say vineyard here, but the kana, right? The Canaan, right? The stock. It's not the same as Canaan. Canaan is Canaan, but this is Canaan. Canaan and Canaan, right? It's different here. I'll bring this out more better as, and the stock of thy right, that thy right hand has planted, and the stock where Wakana, right? Wakana asher nata'ah yemineka, and the stock that thy right hand, yemineka, hath planted. Asher nata'ah yemineka, and the stock. Another possible translation is, and protect or maintain, support that which thy right hand has planted. All right, bringing that from the Hebrew. Wakana asher nata'ah yemineka, the branch. Now, right here, and the branch that thou madest strong for thyself. Here's what I see where it says, are you not as the children of Ethiopia and the children of Israel? And it says, with Ethiopia, this man was born there. So here, concerning the elect of God, I see a connection right here. We're just going to touch on it here, and then we can hopefully unpack. Notice what it says. It says right here, and the branch. So the sentence has two parts, reading up to the comma. So taking off the Strongs and putting it on the light so you can see this easily here. So the first part of the verse right here, up to the comma, the diacritical mark, is like the A part of the verse, right? And the vine that thy right hand has planted, right? Or the stock that thy right hand hath planted, or protect, maintain that which thy right hand has planted. Wikana, asher nata'ah yemineka. Second part of the verse right here. We're all bane, imatzata lak. We're all bane. Now here it says, and the branch, second part of this verse right here, the A and the B of the verse, right? It has two phrases. The verse has two phrases here, right? And the branch that thou madest strong for thyself. So a branch that Yahweh, right, that Elohim Sabaoth has made strong for himself. Are ye not as the children of, with this man was born? We're all bane, and upon thee, here they say branch, but the word is ben. We're all bane, and the son, right? And the son, the man child, and the son, right? And the son, the builder of the family name. We're all bane, and the branch, that is to say, literally the son. So this is, some say, alluding to Yisrael, Beni, when Yahweh said that Israel is Beni, right? Is Ben Sheli, Beni, my son, in Exodus Shemot chapter 4, verse 22, right? So right here, it says branch, but in the Hebrew, it is son, right? And the branch, and the son, and the ben, we're all ben, right? And also look upon the son, right? Look upon the ben, right? Imatzata,
lak, imatsata, that you have made strong. You have amat. You know, it says be strong and of a good courage. You have amat. You have encouraged him. You made him strong, right? You've encouraged him. You've emboldened him, right? You've made him strong. The sense of amat, where it says be strong, chazak, right? Amat, chazak, where amat, chazak, be strong, where amat, and amat, and be alert. Be strong, chazak, be encouraged, chazak, strong, where and amat, and be alert, physically on foot, right? Not be caught in your back foot, be on foot, right? Mentally be encouraged, right? Mentally be encouraged. So right here, in this appeal here, as we seal up today's daily psalm from verse 14, the KJV, to Elohim Sebaot, right? To return, we beg the eye Shubna to look, Habet Amishamayim, from heaven, and see, or a, or a. So either it could be said u and re and see, or all together tighter, or a and see, I say a and see, or and see, u re. Then it leads here to the vine that thy right hand has planted, and branch of the sun that you made us strong for who? For thyself. For thyself. So here we see the Ethiopian connection, the Revelation connection, the Siyum Exyabia connection, right? Here we see the Rastafari, the Kedemah, Haile Selassie connection. Thou made us strong by divine nurture and protection. David had a son named Solomon, Solomon's son named David, who renewed the kingdom of David on the tops of the mountain. Biblical word with Ethiopia, this man was born there. Are you not as the children of Ethiopia unto me? So don't care what some guy and the people don't want to accept it. But Yahweh says to him, it's the son, it's the branch that he has made strong, right, for himself. Right here. This here, right here. Yes, sir. So this verse right here, this is the Hebrew up here. Wikana, Asher, Nata'ah, Yamineka, we all Bain, Imatsata, Lak, bringing us right here to the Etzain, 16th verse right here, KJV wise. Burnt with fire, cut down. They perish at the rebuke of thy countenance, or at the rebuke of thy person, thy face. In the Trinity sense, this is the word that's used for when it says the person, right? Not a man, a person. You know, like it's weird how they translated that. I think go to the Greek or whatever. But in the Hebrew, this is the key connection. At thy countenance, right? Here we have Serufa. You know the seraphim? Come from this word right here, related to this root word to burn. Saraf as a verb is to burn. Seraphim, right, are the burners. Remember when Yeshaya came into the temple, had that a close encounter, and they said, Kadosh. You know, and the seraphim were there, the seraph, the burners, and they brought that burning coal and touched his lips, right? The seraph. So seraph mean to burn, and also in the wilderness, they got bit by the seraphim. But it's come from this root word seraph, right? So here, in this sense, it says serufa. Serufa means that it has already been seraph, right? So seraph means it burned to burn, right? It burned, he burned to burn. But serufa is a sense of it already being burnt, right? It's the pu'al sense. You see the pu'al, the D, right? That's why it's not saraf in the binyanim, right? In the build, but it's actually serufa. The pu'al, serufa. It was burnt, basically. Serufa ba'esh. Serufa ba'esh is burnt. It's already been burnt with fire by Aish. In them hard Isat, been burnt with fire. Sarufa by Aish.
Kesuha Mia Ga'arata Paneka Yovedu. Here, it says here, it's cut down, right? Then cut down, kasach, right? In the phrase, kesuha. So kasach means to cut down. If it's already been cut down, it's not kasach, it is kesuha, kesuha, right? Kesuha has been cut down. Mia ga'arat, right? Mi ga'arat, from your rebuke. It says, at thy rebuke, right? From your ge'ara, from your ge'ara. What's a ge'ara? Ge'ara, rebuke, right? Chiding, right? From your rebuke, from your chiding, right? Of paneka, from the chiding or the rebuke of your face. Mi ga'arata paneka, from the rebuke of your face, your person. Yovedu, modern Hebrew, yovedu. Ancient pointing, yobedu, right? They perish, they are abad, right? They vanish away, they go astray, they get lost, and from getting lost, they perish, right? They wander, they lose themselves, i.e., implication, they perish, they are destroyed. Now, this verse seems to break up the connection, right, of the tefillah. However, the apparent interruption of the petitions, the she'elot, right, she'elas, the petition to ask, is accounted for by the sharp pain that shot into the psalmist and I heart. At this point, it's like a sharp pain when he thought on in his immediately preceding words, the past divine acts that seem so contradicted now. You know, as I'm looking at Ethiopia now and looking at the thing, check. You know, looking at some things, you know, he said, what happened? Right, the sharp pain. It is burnt, serufa. The subject of the verb, it refers to the vine, hagefen, that is treated as of no other use than to be chopped for fuel. You know, like a tree, if it's no longer a fruitful tree, Yahweh even says the fruitful tree don't chop down, because the tree is the life of man. But if the tree is not fruitful, chop it. Use it for firewood or whatever other use, right? And this is what's happened to the Geffen. This is what's happened to Aina, to the Beit Yisrael, right? At home and abroad. And what it says right here, Yovedu. The metaphor is now translated into plain language, Yovedu, when it says they perish. But see, you have to get to the root understanding. It means to be lost. They're astray. The lost sheep, right? The lost sheep wandering, losing themselves. If they keep wandering, losing themselves, they will be destroyed. They will be lost. So here, when it says Yobedu, the metaphor is now translated into plain language, right? Concrete on the ground, so to speak. The people, right, is threatened with annihilation, right? They're threatened with annihilation at this particular verse right here. Then here to the Yod Zain, the 17th verse right here. A couple more verses fulfilled right here. This is another revelation for that man that was born there, Ethiopia. Are you not as the children of Ethiopia unto me? May thy hand be upon the man of thy right hand. Look at Ethiopia, right? Geographically. Right? It says this man was born there, Cush, Ethiopia, okay? All right, Im Kush Yulad Sham, Psalm 87, verse 4. What's at the right hand of Ethiopia? What's the place called? Yemen. Yaman, right? Yemen, right? And it's no coincidence, right? That Yemen or Yemen mean the right hand, right? The right hand, right? The south. Also as direction, it's the south, right? So from the north of Levant, we have Tobia, Ethiopia, Cush, right in the south, right? So it's the south. It's the direction of the right hand when facing east. So if you're facing east at the right hand side, that is the Yemen, right? So right here it says, "May thy hand be upon the man of thy right hand. Sit at my what? Right hand. Upon the Son of Man, right? Whom thou madest strong for thyself. Remember the verse over? So this verse, the verse that came before, if you read it and just study it and see the flow of it, it seems to be like it kind of interrupts the flow. Because remember the verse 15 was, and the stock, right, or the vine that thy right hand have planted, in the branch or the son that thou madest strong for thyself. Then it says, Serufa, it is burnt. Then we come to this verse, verse 17, may thy hand be upon the son, may thy hand be upon the man of thy right hand, upon the son of man, whom thou madest strong or strong for thyself. Tehi yadika al isha yaminika. Tehi, let her be, let she be. Tehi yadika, the I male hand. Yehi yadika al ish, upon the ish. Yaminika, the ish of the I right hand. Al ben Adam, on the ben Adam, on the son of Adam, on the human being, Al ben Adam, imatta lak, who you have amat, right? Amatta, the eye has made strong, made alert, made brave, made courageous, made sure-footed, right? Mentally courageous, physically on foot, right? Lak, right? Lak leka, for the eye self, for the I male self. Thy hand be upon, as a cover and a shield. Here's the Hebrew up here, right? Tehi yadika al ishamineka, first part of the verse. Tehi yadika al ishamineka, may thy hand be upon the man of thy right hand. Second part of the verse, al ben Adam imatta lak. Second part of the verse right here, upon the son of man, the ben Adam. In the Hebrew and Afro-Semitic sense, it's like human being. I would say Ben Adam, right? The son of man, the son of Adam, the human being, upon the human being whom thou madest strong, al Ben Adam, imatsta lak, for the I self. So the hand upon, the yad, right? The yad, you have the yad and the yadika. The yad, hand, some say implying left hand, right? And the yaminika, right hand. So both hands are being spoken of right here. As a cover and a shield, the yad, yadika, the man of thy right hand, right? The man of thy right hand, al ishamineka, right? The people, right? The people thy right hand planted. Remember verse 15, in the land. The people who thy right hand planted, verse 15. Some commentators detect an allusion, some say to Benjamin, Benjamin, son of the right hand, that means son of the right hand. Mordecai was a Benjamin, Mordecai and Esther, and is called literally a man of the right hand in Esther, in Astir, in Hadassah, in Esther chapter 2, verse 5. The son of man, the Ben Adam, right? The Ben Adam, right? You have the Ben Adam, the son of man, the human being, the son of Adam. This here, also in Psalm 8, round about verse 4, verse 5, some say a frail or fallen, earthborn mortal who would not have grown to manhood unless thou madest him, unless you made him strong for yourself, strong for thyself. Now note this right here at the 17th verse is a repeat of the 15th, right? The 15th verse. It's a repeat of the 15th verse right here. Here, it's sealing up the Yod Chet, here. Now, in Yahuwah doing this, right, continuing the flow, right? So, in other words, upon do that, so that, right, so will not we go back, or so shall we not turn back from the eye, right? Quicken, right? Give us life, cause us to live, give us life, right? And we will call upon thy name. Here. Willow and nasog, mi meka. Willow and not nasog. We will not sug. right? Nasog, we will sug, right? We will move, we'll go, turn, we'll backslide, right? Nasog, we backslide, but with lo nasog, we will not backslide, right? To say to go back, flinch, apostatize, go back. With lo nasog me from Mecca, from the I male. With lo nasog mi Mecca, so we will not go back from the I. Tichayenu. Now this here is interesting with the sense of resurrection and the higher sense to live. Right? Here we're asking he who be directly Tichaye anu, us. Right? Tichaye, give life to us. Lively up us, give us life. Resurrect, give us life. Tichayenu u be Shimka, Uvashimka, Ubashimka, and in your Shem, the I male name, Nikra, Ubashimka, Nikra, and in the I male name, in the Hashem, Nikra, we will call, we will kara, Nikra, we will call out, Nikra. I and I will recite, I and I will read, I and I will proclaim. I and I will call upon the I by name. I and I will summon, invite. So it's all these meanings right here, but the general sense of call, right? Not turn back. Lo nasog. If Elohim, right, Yahweh Eloheinu sends his salvation, his Yeshua, the people, I and I, the people, Amo Yisrael's vow never to be disloyal to him again. This is what this is saying. Lo nasog mi Mecca. If you do this, lo nasog mi Mecca, we will not, turn away from you. We will not backslide from the I. Lo nasog mi Mecca. Right? The quicken, revive, give us life. Tichayenu. Now the idea also is that while we're in captivity, we're not really alive. We're just surviving, not really living in that sense. But then also the direct sense of Brit Chadasha, resurrection, which is a Hebrew Old Testament groundational idea, is brought out here. Tichayenu, right? And revive us. That's the sense quicken. And revive us, lively us up, right? Tichayenu, right? Quicken, revive. Literally, the life of the nation, the life of I and I. Tichaye anu, of I and I. Tichayenu. And u b'shimka, and in the I name, in the Shem, u b'shimka, in the I male name, upon the I male name, nikra, we will call out. The sense of it in the full sense is that we will acknowledge allegiance to Yahweh Eloheinu. How we acknowledge it? Nikra. We will kara, call out, read, recite, proclaim, call upon by name. You see what it says to call upon? To call by name, right? To be called, right? We will call. Many are called, right? The idea of kara is like to accost. If you accost somebody, call them by name. When you call out somebody by name to get their attention, that's the sense of the nikra, right? To call out, right? To address, right? Properly is to address by name, but it can also mean to read and to recite. Once again, this next to last verse right here, Lo nasog mi Mecca, Tichayenu, u b'shimka nikra. Here to the 19th, right? The Kaf, right? Actually, it's the Kaf verse, the Yod 8. In some versions, it's the Kaf. In the Hebrew, it's the 20th verse. But the KJV has a slightly different numbering. So for KJV basic Bible readers, this is the 19th verse right here, the Yod 8th verse. Here's the chorus line. We seal up with the chorus line again. Turn us again. Yahweh Elohim Tzebaot, cause thy face, thy presence, thy person to shine, right? And we shall be saved. Yahweh Elohim Tzebaot, oh he who be, the creator, the creator, the judge of hosts of armies. Yahuwah Elohim Tsebaota Hashibeinu. Hashibeinu. Turn I, restore us. A better sense, restore us. Oh Yahuwah Elohim Tsebaot. Yahuwah Elohim Tsebaot Hashibeinu. Ha'ir, and shine, paneka, and shine your face, your person. Ha'ir paneka, and niwashea, and we will be Yeshua, right? Niwashea. In this final repetition of the refrain, did you note that Yahweh, in the middle part of it was just Elohim Tsebaot, Elohim Tsebaot. But then when we came to here, we have the full Yahweh Elohim Tsebaot, right? Connected with Elohim Tsebaot. The psalmist in I clenches, seals this appeal by the use of the covenant name. So the bringing out of the covenant name, the Hashem, Yahweh, sealing it. Who he be? He be for we, he be Elohim Tsebaot, Yahweh Elohim Tsebaot. Here he seals it. Think about the verse before where he says, and we will call upon thy name, U b'shimka, U and shimka, in the Hashem, shimka, nikra, right? We will call. And then here you see Yahweh Elohim Tsebaot, his name, and then who he be. Right? He who he be, Elohim Tsebaota, Hashibeinu, Ha'ir Paneka, Wini Washe'a. So the covenant name, along with the title that is expressive of universal sovereignty. Could we say that the Yahweh Elohim Tsebaot speaks to this Torah reading and feeding? You know, Wayera, and he who he be was seeable, was visible. Right, that revelation of Hashilush HaKadosh, the Hebrew Trinity that truly is the Holy Trinity. Yeshaya saw it. He heard Kadosh, 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 Yahuwah Tsebaot. Here, brothers and sisters and brothers, right here. Here, we're going to have to close out the DSR. Anyone there still listening, closing it out here on the Rastafari Israelites. Let's do this right here. Open this up here. Put this up here. So we can just have an outro tune. Give thanks, brother. Yes. So right here. Let's get the outro Rhema tune. So this is here the Hebrew reader reads straight through. Right, here we go. Hebrew boy, everything takes time. Hebrew boy, everything takes time. Hebrew boy, everything takes time. Thank you for that time, Chavarim. Those who hear this now and hear this in the future. Here's the outro right here, Dubwise, Lady Billy song.
You are now rocking with Houston Music.
מזמור פה למנצח אל שושנים, עדות לאסף מזמור. רועה ישראל האזינה, נוהג כצאן יוסף, יושב הקרובים הופיע. לפני אפרים ובנימין ומנשה, עוררה את גבורתך, ולך לישועתה לנו. אלוהים השיבנו, והאר פניך ונבשע. אדוני אלוהים צבאות, עד מתי עשנת בתפילת עמך? ואכלתם לחם דמעה, ותשכמו בדמעות שליש. תשימנו מדון לשכננו, ואויבינו ילעגו למו. אלוהים צבאות השיבנו, והאר פניך ונבשע. גפן ממצרים תסיע, תגרש גויים ותפתעיה. פינית לפניה, ותשרש שרשיה, ותמלא ארץ. כסו הרים צילה, וענפיה ארזאל. תשלח קציריה עד ים, ואל נהר יונקותיה. למה פרצת גדריה, וארוה כל עוברי דרך. יחרסמנה חזיר מיער, וזיז שדי ירענה. אלוהים צבאות שובנה, הבט משמיים וראה, ופקוד גפן זאת. וחנה אשר נטעה ימיניך, ועל בן אימצת לך. שרופה ואש כסוחה, מגערת פניך יאבדו. תהי ידך על איש ימיניך, על בן אדם אימצת לך. ולא נסוג ממכה, תחיינו ובשמך נקרא. אדוני אלוהים צבאות השיבנו, האר פניך ונבשע.
Venivashea, here, just an outro, the outro right here, that right there on the voyage, I think the voyage rhythm, yeah, the voyage rhythm right there, they're there, and here, what do we have for the eye right here, just for the outro, so if anybody speaks in the language, voyage rhythm, no, so much trouble, we're gonna give you the so much trouble rhythm right here, so much trouble in the world. As it was in the days, in them days, so it is in these days. Days of Noah. Here.
Psalm 80.
Oh.
Give ear, O shepherd of Israel, thou that leadest Joseph like a flock, thou that dwellest between the cherubims, shine forth. Before Ephraim and Benjamin and Manasseh, stir up thy strength, and come and save us. Turn us again, O God, and cause thy face to shine, and we shall be saved. O Lord God of hosts, how long wilt thou be angry against the prayer of thy people? Thou feedest them with the bread of tears, and givest them tears to drink in great measure. Thou makest us a strife unto our neighbors, and our enemies laugh among themselves. Turn us again, O God of hosts, and cause thy face to shine, and we shall be saved. Thou hast brought a vine out of Egypt. Thou hast cast out the heathen, and planted it. Thou preparedst room before it, and didst cause it to take deep root, and it filled the land. The hills were covered with the shadow of it, and the boughs thereof were like the goodly cedars. She sent out her boughs unto the sea, and her branches unto the river. Why hast thou then broken down her hedges, so that all they which pass by the way do pluck her? The boar out of the wood doth waste it, and the wild beast of the field doth devour it. Return, we beseech thee, O God of hosts. Look down from heaven and behold, and visit this vine, and the vineyard which thy right hand hath planted, and the branch that thou madest strong for thyself. It is burned with fire. It is cut down. They perish at the rebuke of thy countenance. Let thy hand be upon the man of thy right hand, upon the Son of Man whom thou madest strong for thyself. So will not we go back from thee. Quicken us, and we will call upon thy name. Turn us again, O Lord God of hosts. Cause thy face to shine, and we shall be saved.
Yes, yes, yes. Lila Tov, Lila Tov. Yeah, that picture right there, that's they say Sebaot. Sebaot. Host armies. Yes, yes, yes. Last verse right here, here, here. Last verse right here. Yahweh Elohim Sebaot. Hashibeinu. Restore Aina Hashibeinu. Hayer and shine Paneka. Shine the eye face, the eye presence, perception, ha'ir paneka, with niwashea, vinavashea, with niwashea. And I shall be assured. Yes, I. Leila Tov to those, the Laila time, Ereb Tov, Laila Tov, Boker Tov. We don't have a good day, Bashem Yeshua HaMoshiach. Yeah, going to touch on, the names, the Elohim names, the names of he who be who he be, the Almighty. Yes, he who is the powers, right? He, the powers in singularity. Yes, and also some more on the Sabaoth, right? Host armies. This particular name, Yahweh Sabaoth, and its connection with the Hebrew Trinity. Here we have Yahweh Elohei Sabaoth. This right there from the verse, the scriptures. Here we have Yahweh Sabaoth, or different constructions. Right here, Elohim, we have Elohim Sabaoth, right? As we have in today's daily psalm at the 8th verse, Elohim Sabaoth, right? And here we have Elohe, right? The God of, the power of Sabaoth, right? Of the co-laborers, the hosts, the armies, he who be, who he be. Yes, yes, give thanks and praise. Have a good day, have a good night, good day, good ride.
That is how we'll all grow. Know him,
Shalom, Chaverim, shalom.